Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Yep, that's how we're starting today. Oh, that's how you know it's good. Yeah, what's up, chat? How's it going? Yeah, it's me. I'm enjoying my new life in being back to normal and not being anxious anymore because I wasn't getting enough vitamins. So that's great. Everything's good with me. Except for what it means is that I stayed up way too late last night playing video games because I was actually enjoying existing again. Right? That's good, isn't it? That's good that was how I was spending the entirety of Christmas. Just not enjoying existing. Just thinking about existence as like a curse. Like, it's good that I was thinking that way for that amount of time, isn't it? Anyway, so that's what I was doing last night. You know, so it's good. It's good news. You know, I am doing that, but it's still bad because what it means is I stayed up really late. I was playing video games really late. I was watching stuff really late, and I woke up really late. So I am not really dressed, to be honest. It looks like I'm dressed, but I'm not. Yeah, I'm just not. I've not had a shave. I've not had a shower. I've not brushed my teeth. It's 7 o'clock in the evening. Right? That's where we're up to. But, you know, whatever, man. It's good. I'm happy. I'm a lot happier, and you're all here, and we're going to do a stream. We're going to look at the news together, and we're going to be like, oh my god, isn't all this bad? But also, isn't some of this stuff funny? And isn't this... and this is the way that we beat it. And I've got a Vimto, and I had a Chinese. So, it's good. It's good stuff. How are you? B-Rat, welcome in. Val, how are you? Ninny, what's up? Sally Pocketful, Nadia Rivette, Middle-earth Marxist, Steph, Luna, Sawyer Enjoyer, Aiden, Sam Outside, thank you for the 30 bits already. Morrigan, what's up? Good to see you. Prill, how are you? Stayed up late hoping Wales leaves the UK. Yeah, it'll happen. It'll happen. Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Eventually. I'm alright playing video games. One of my RimWorld peeps has a limb torn off, and the description reads, a scratch or a tear. 'Tis but a scratch. Yeah, exactly. I love RimWorld. What a load of crap. What a load of crap, but what a great game. Nadia says, the USA Heritage Foundation published its grand plan for the implementation of The Handmaid's Tale. Andrew Watkins furthermore covered the reimposition of the coverage. It'd be good to see that. Heritage Foundation, I guess it's going to be women's rights, or maybe even just like abortion rights. Toward a pro-woman feminism for the 21st century. I mean, that was in 2024. 6 days ago, Heritage Foundation wants to send American women back half a century. Is this in the New York Times? This is the coverage from the New York Times. Let me have a quick look. I want to have a quick look at this because obviously I want to cover this. Thank you for letting me know, Nadia. This is something that is slipping through the cracks at the moment. You have been tidying your flat. The landlord is coming tomorrow. Somebody is coming to fix the shower as well. Why is the landlord coming tomorrow? What's that about? Coverture is when women didn't have legal personhood. I see. Let's have a real quick look at this. Okay, I got the article here. This was from 5 days ago. All right, it'd be good to check this out. I don't have time for it today, but maybe tomorrow or the day after. We can have a look at this and see what the ramifications are for women and probably more broadly just people with vaginas and wombs and that. At some stage. Landlord coming to take his land back? Yeah, I hope not. Just to look at the flat, it's been over a year since he was here. Just to have a little look. Aren't they fun, landlords? Aren't they good? I just want to come round and just have a look. You don't need to do that. What do you need to have a look at it for? I can tell you what it looks like. It looks fine. Now fuck off. You know what I mean? Just have a little look at it. 30 consecutive streams from Krill. Oh my god. Thank you so much for being such a, you know, a consistent chatter. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. You were up half the night playing WoW. Are you playing regular WoW or are you playing WoW Classic, Luna? Nearly finished my book for book club. What's your book you reading again? Did you tell me? I feel like you told me what book you were reading, Morrigan. Oh brain. Oh brain. Oh brain. What? I can't really tell you anything else about my day. I've literally done nothing. I've tried to restart the ginger bug because I'm obviously pretty upset about the fact that my fizzy drinks didn't work last night. So what I'm doing is I'm keeping the juice and hopefully I've fed it today and I'm hoping that it will restart. And if it restarts, I'll put a little bit more bug in the bottles that I've already got that are sealed, so hopefully they shouldn't go bad. And then hopefully it'll start to fizz up, you know? Remember when Dungeon Keeper levels ended when the boss enemy came on and the narrator was like, the Lord of the Land approaches. Dungeon Keeper says, fuck landlords, yeah. Regular at the moment, when I renew my subscription, I'll play Classic. It's Mists at the moment. Wait, what? Regular at the moment, when I renew my subscription, I'll play Classic. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I don't remember telling you, but it's called Diary of a Misfit. I think you did tell me that, because it's ringing a bell. You might have said it in the Discord. I can't remember. Yes, interesting. Very good. So annoying that the shower had problems and we had to message him. Yeah, it's bad. Very upsetting. Mists of Pandaria. Yes. Okay, I know what you mean by mists. I didn't understand that last bit. I was like, what? That's from fucking years ago, innit? Mists of Pandaria. They brought that out in like 2011 or something. Hey, Sally, thank you so much for the sub. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Thank you for supporting me. Chat, we've hit the sub goal. So listen, you know, we've got double feature movie night. That's what I'm deciding. We're doing double feature movie night as a result of hitting the sub goal. Right? So if you're not in the Discord, get yourself in the Discord. Please follow the instructions in the Discord. If you join the Discord. That is the conditions of the Discord rules. Right? Don't join the Discord and get annoyed when we say, you know, when you do half of what we asked you to do, and then you go, I'm not going to do this other thing, so I don't care about the Discord anymore. We just need to know who you are. We just need to, like, you know, what I've got to say... All I've got to say about the Discord stuff, if you don't understand why I'm so touchy about the Discord and why me and the mods are so touchy about the Discord, it's because I'm like, fucking, I'm cancelled by like 5 or 6 different groups of fucking freaks on the internet, you know what I mean? So like, I can't just have like random people coming in that I don't know who they are. I just can't have that. You know what I'm saying? We don't discuss anything weird in there or anything. It's just that like, people are just gonna come in and like start spamming like, I don't know, fucking links that are gonna like fuck with people's computers or whatever. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, it's just security. That's all it is. It's just security. So please join the Discord, but please follow the steps. Yeah, it's not hard. Just change your name to the name that's in the chat and then say the secret phrase that you can find very easily. It's just not that hard. But yeah, we're going to be doing double feature movie night. We're going to get Melania. We're going to watch that. And I actually don't know what the other movie will be. Maybe we'll decide on Thursday. Maybe if anyone's got any suggestions. It'd be good if it was related to, you know, current events or whatever. That'd be good. I'm keen to watch some new movies. Because all I generally do if we do a movie night is I just be like, we're going to watch this movie that I watch all the time and I enjoy it. And that's not fun for anyone, is it? Except for me. So we'll have double feature movie night. We've also hit the halfway goal for the tip goal. We've smashed that. We smashed that this week. If we hit £500, I'll do a DJ stream next month. Okay, I've still got some incentive streams to do. I've still got the working class walking tour of Manchester, working class history walking tour of Manchester. That's probably going to happen at some point next week, so keep it locked for that. I mean, you'll see me pop up, you'll get the notification. I'll be doing an IRL stream, walking out and about with a gimbal. And what's the other one? What's the other one? What was the other incentive stream? Oh yeah, Chat Louvre. If there's no more news tomorrow, we'll do the Chat Louvre tomorrow. I doubt that that's going to be the case. Trump's probably going to fucking attack Iran tonight or something, but who knows? We've been saying that for weeks, right? So, I don't know. I just hope... I mean, I hope he never does, right? The ideal situation is that he never attacks Iran, but he's going to do it, and it'll probably happen tomorrow or tonight or something. I don't fucking know. So, yeah, that's where we're up to. But yeah, I'm reckoning probably Friday next week. Very exciting. We could watch The Little Rascals. I've never seen that. Okay, yeah, sure. Could the walking tour route include a public green space of some kind? It just has one of those in it anyway. There is just one of those involved in the tour anyway. I'm basically going to be going from town, some places in town, all the way to Salford, and then down to Hume. That's basically what it's going to be. Far out. That's right. Hey Susie, what's up? Have you watched The Apprentice? Oh yeah, let's do that. Let's watch The Apprentice and Melania double bill. Apprentice and Melania double bill. We'll just do that. We'll just do that. That's what movie night's gonna be this week. Thursday after the stream. Yeah, so it's more for the Americans than the Brits. Sorry about that, bruvs, bruvettes, and bruvems. Sounds worthwhile. It's fitting, innit? It's fitting. Yeah. Yeah, it'll go together, right? You know what I mean? It'll go together. Stream's been popping off, hasn't it? It's been going really good. We've been growing loads. Like, it's crazy that there's this many people here at the start of the stream, by the way. We're like 20 minutes in, there's so many people here. I don't normally look at the view count, and I don't want you to tell me, because sometimes it sends me under a little bit, but I'm just going to count the names in the chat. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, yeah, 14, 15, 16, 17, yeah, that's crazy, 18, like 19, is it 27? Is that how many people are watching already? That's wild. That's crazy for like 22 minutes in. You know what I mean? When I first started back in May, it would take me an hour to get to 27 people. But yeah, it's been going really good. And obviously it's, you know, a whole combination of people being very kind and raiding me with loads of people. And, you know, new people going, oh, here's a new streamer to watch. And that's fun. And also I'm trying to do some networking. And I think it's also consistency, right? Like if you just stream as often as you can, people are like, oh yeah, that's the guy that's live today. He's live today, and you know, he does it Monday to Thursday, and you expect me to be on at that time. That's good. Highly recommend Diary of a Misfit. Very relatable if you're queer and have had difficult parents. Fair enough. Yeah, that's good. The only real difficulty I've had with my parents and anything queer is like, I don't know, my dad just like, I don't know, I guess like my dad said he at one point he doesn't think I'm bisexual, but I think he was just like making a stupid joke. He was like, I don't really believe you're bisexual, and I was like, I don't know, like, what do you want, Dad? Should I just like fuck a guy in front of you or something? Do you know what I mean? What's it gonna take? You know? Yeah, it wasn't that bad. That was a dumb thing of him to say, and it was just like whatever, like a normal old British dad thing to say. Like bisexuals don't really exist or whatever. You know what I mean? Like you're either gay or you're straight, and if you're gay, even that's not real. You know, pretty British. But yeah, I think my parents have had a harder time with understanding polyamory. Because over Christmas, you know, my mum was like, you think, well, it wasn't just my mum, it was my stepdad as well. They were like, do you think that these polyamorous relationships are working? Because they all, you know, do you think that it's, should you not just be monogamous? And I was like, why do you say that? And they were like, what was the argument? They were like, oh, well, things always seem to go wrong in them and stuff like that. And I was like, things go wrong in monogamous relationships. What are you talking about? It's just like, yeah, what does working mean? Yeah, monogamous people are famously doing so well. My dad divorced my mum before I was born. Do you know what I mean? It's like, and he like, you know, he cheated on her. He cheated on her. You know, I was with someone for 3 years and we were polyamorous and we didn't split up because of anything to do with that. She didn't like fall in love with another person and leave me or whatever. We fell out because the relationship just wasn't working. You know, it just wasn't working. It wasn't anything to do with the fact that we were fucking other people or whatever. It's just so silly. But I was, as I was saying at the start of the stream, very unwell during Christmas, so I didn't have a solid argument to come back with. I was just like, yeah, you're right. I was like, nah, but whatever, shut up. You know, that was the basis of my argument. It was just like, yeah, you're right, but fuck off. Let's have some more wine and watch telly. It's Christmas, for fuck's sake, you know? Get the quality street out. Hey Ducablon, what's up? I got random subbed without ever having watched and came in that way. What? From the stream? That's great. That's great. See, Krill, it's all worth it. 230 gift subs or whatever the fuck it is. 230 gift subs. You just bring in those heads in. And they're all coming in and being like, wow, look at this bold British guy. It's interesting because a lot of it is about how she misses Louisiana, but when you're very obviously a queer woman, people shun you even in the 2010s. I kind of get that. I kind of get that because I was feeling that way kind of last year because even though I shit on Warrington all the time, you know, it's where I'm from, it's where I was born. I do have this like huge nostalgia for the place, even though it's like, it's a white working class northern town. It's got racism problems. It's got all kinds of problems, you know, and people aren't dealing with those problems. The local council isn't dealing with the problems. Westminster's not dealing with the problems, yada, yada, yada. It's because I was born there, you know what I mean? And it's like, I just had this overwhelming nostalgia for like just living there. Like not the people or anything. Like, yeah, like I think about my gran and my granddad and, you know, they're getting on a bit and, you know, my dad as well. My dad's getting on a bit. My dad's nearly 70. And my stepmom as well. And it's just kind of like, also my uncles and some of my aunties and stuff. I'm just kind of like, yeah. You know, I don't know. I was getting really, really wistful about it all. You know, like a little teary-eyed about it. And the thing that really frustrated me was that, like, There's just no queer scene in Warrington. There's no, like, kink clubs. There's no, like, events that are happening. There's no leather bar. I don't even think there's, like, a gay bar. And that was, like, the thing that fucked me up the most about it. I was like, there's just no way I could go there. Like, you know what I mean? And if I was to walk around with, like, painted black nails and shit, it's gonna be, you know, it's gonna be fucking maybe more of a target on my back than it would be normally. No wonder they struggle with polyamory. What, like in fucking, in Warrington? Yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's bad. Especially some older people, or people who think they might be happier with a sort of polyamorous thing, but that probably sounds too bohemian for them. That's true, yeah. I do like the subconscious shift of being back in my town versus the city, because my subconscious knows city equals work and stress, but town equals fuck all happening. Yeah, it's tough, right? How do you get that balance? How do you strike that balance? Maybe we never will. Maybe we've just got to try and build that will for the next generation, you know? That's what it's about. That's what it is about. I've been rotating this tangerine in my hand like this for the last 5 minutes or so since I was talking about that. Just thought I'd let everybody know that. There's so many interesting anecdotes. The first girl she liked basically got disowned and went out of town by the church because she basically had to pretend she was straight. Yeah, that's bad. Sucks. And all these things happened as well, you know? That's why stuff like that is such an interesting read. That's why books about that kind of a thing are very, very interesting, because it's like, yep, this is all totally feasible, you know? Completely feasible. Completely something that could happen. Boy, chat, do we have a lot to get through? Do we have a lot to get through today? I'm going to crack on. It's about half an hour since I started. Let's start. Let's get it started. Now. Star Wars Hour says, hey, Muel, are you that one guy Debate Bros dogpiled on once? I mean, that doesn't really, like... That's not really one guy, is it? That's like, they've done that to several guys, but yeah, I am one of those guys that Debate Bros dogpiled on, that's correct. Yes. Welcome to the... yeah, so let's start. Let's start. US warships arrive in the Middle East amid fears Trump will finally order Iran strike. Oh shit, what's going on? What's going on? Why is that happening? I don't want that to happen. I like your YouTube vids. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's every leftist from DJ Muel to Eden to famous ones like Hassan. Yeah, literally. If you have a left-wing... If you're serious about left-wing politics, you will get piled on by debate bros and liberals who are deathly unserious in their politics. That's just kind of how things go. You know what I mean? But thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you being here. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I tried my best to secure you a raid. You don't have to do that. It's all good, Aiden. I appreciate you. I'm happy with the amount of people that are here. I'm happy with how things are going. You know what I mean? Some people might drop in later and shit like that. It's all good. I'm actually keen for like a bit of a break from the craziness. You know, like yesterday was crazy. You had like the massive Madeline Pendleton raid, and then like 2 raids. Got a raid from fucking Dave, a raid from Kairos. I regularly get the Kairos raid, you know what I mean? Which I appreciate because I love Kairos. And obviously fucking Dave as well. All the peeps, all the comrades. But yeah, yesterday felt a little crazy. It was like, oh my god, so many people here again. So yeah, don't worry about it, Aiden. I appreciate you though. Hey Johnny, how you doing? Good to see you. Rebel Phoenix, what's up? Do you hear about Bovino's performance review? He came up a little short. Good one. He is not of average height, is he? So there you go. Alright, okay, so US warships arrive in the Middle East amid fears Trump will finally order Iran strike. This is a report from The Independent. So again, Important to remember that the Independent, sure, it's an independent newspaper, but they will often just portray the liberal centre-left opinion on whatever they're reporting about in terms of their bias. They're, of course, a outlet that exists in the imperial core, and so they're biased in that way on many issues, including geopolitics. Let's have a read of this, though. A U.S. aircraft carrier and several warships have arrived in the Middle East amid fears that Donald Trump could finally order a strike on Iran. I mean, it's great that they say they've arrived in the Middle East. It's a pretty big area. Pretty big, innit? The Middle East. Where in the Middle East have they arrived? The president warned last week that an armada was on its way, saying his administration was watching Iran following weeks of deadly protests across the country. The USS Abraham Lincoln and a number of guided missile destroyers have now arrived in the Middle East region, which comes under the U.S. military's Central Command, U.S. officials said on Monday. Again, the Middle East region. Massive. Massive area. Is huge. It's bigger than, like, 10 Britons. Like, what are you on about? Anyway, Trump saying we got a lot of ships going in that direction just in case. I'd rather not see anything happen, but we're watching them very closely. Mr. Trump told reporters on board Air Force One on Thursday, we have an armada heading in that direction and maybe we won't have to use it. U.S. military said it would carry out an exercise to demonstrate the ability to deploy, disperse, and sustain combat air power in the Middle East. The latest indication of an increasingly aggressive foreign policy stance adopted by the Trump administration in the president's second term. Mr. Trump has repeatedly threatened to strike Iran in response to the regime's deadly crackdown. Deadly crackdown on demonstrators during the widespread protests in recent weeks. Now do the USA. Despite reports of a large number of casualties resulting from the crackdown, any means necessary.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
Text-to-speech doesn't work for 100-bit donos, but I will read what you said. Thank you for the 100 bits. They can't say where because it risks the US normies learning that the US Navy isn't allowed in the Yemeni part of the Red Sea without getting hit by a hypersonic missile. True. Correct. Hell yeah. Exactly that. Hey, Kubashi, how you doing? Good to see you. With as fake as Western news is, I don't think there's any way to know if Iran is really killing protesters or if it is just the CIA, MI6, DGSA, Mossad making it up. I mean, I think that the way that I see it is, I agree with what Rawi says. I agree with what Ray K says, which is that, yeah, I believe, I do not think for a single second that any cop anywhere, despite what country they're in, is going to be unlikely to shoot a protester or just shoot a civilian. Cops famously shoot civilians, don't they? That's kind of what they're known for, innit? They're thugs. They're state thugs. Doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. Doesn't matter what country you're in. That's what cops are going to do, right? The reports on the amount of people being killed are contestable because they come from various unreliable sources. And in some cases, papers are reporting on, for example, The Independent, it's a good job I'm talking about this, as many as 30,000 Iranians may have been killed in the unrest. Like, this is insane, by the way. This is completely insane. Two senior officials in Tehran's health ministry told Time magazine on Sunday, although the estimates of number of deaths have varied wildly. So this is Time magazine, right? So they're saying that two senior officials in Tehran's health ministry told Time magazine. Okay, let's have a look. Again, going back to what Ray said, yeah, cops will kill protesters. Absolutely. It's something that happens across the board. Thank you for the follow. However, the amount of people that are being killed and the fact that Israel on their Hebrew channels and also ex-CIA director Mike Pompeo are boasting about Mossad being involved in the protests and agitating them and also, you know, supplying them with weapons and shit. It's just kind of like, you know, it's hard to not believe it. It's hard to not believe that. It's compelling and it makes sense because what is in the best interest of Israel? What is in the best interest of the USA? To destabilize Iran. 30,000 is insane. Let's look for this Time magazine. Let's thing. Iran protests, Time magazine. Let's have a look at this fucking... Okay, here we go. This is 2 days ago. Let's have a look. Can we get this article? All right, okay. Oh my god, what is going on? AI with Time magazine. What the fuck? All right, let's have a look at this. As many as 30,000 people could have been killed in the streets of Iran on January 8th and 9th alone. 2 senior officials of the country's Ministry of Health told Time. Who are those people? The government's internal count of the dead, not previously revealed, far surpasses the total of 3,000 announced on January 21st by regime hardliners. Wait, what? The government's internal count of the dead far surpasses the total of 3,000 announced by regime hardliners. So the regime and the government are just different. Are they just different? I don't understand. Beyond tallies, time has Time has been unable to independently verify these figures. Okay. Just say anything. Just say anything. The Health Ministry's 2-day figure roughly aligns with a count gathered by physicians and first responders and also shared with Time. Okay, alright. As of Friday, according to Dr. Amir Parasta, a German-Iranian eye surgeon who prepared a report of the data. Parasta said the number does not reflect protest-related deaths of people registered at military hospitals whose bodies were taken directly to morgues or that happened in locales. Who is this Dr. Paraska? 30,000 comes from what the Shah is saying. Who is this person? Dr. Amir Parasta, German-Iranian? So someone not in Iran. What do you mean? This guy is just from Munich Eye Center. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Professor Amir Mubaraz Parasta, an Iranian-German eye surgeon and head of the Munich Eye Center, is dedicated... Bro, you said that he was in... They said he was in the Tehran Health Ministry. What the fuck is going on? Bro, what the fuck is going on? I've only been covering Iran for like 10 minutes and there's already just like the most insane amount of misinformation you could possibly conceive. Anyway, there's some new people in the stream. How are you doing? Absolute rubbish. Good to see you. Karnaz, how are you? Welcome in. Yes, exactly. We saw footage of the protesters setting ambulances on fire. Very Israeli behavior. They don't distinguish between the security staff and healthcare workers killed in the initial riots. And these are apparent reprisals from the state. Yeah. This is crazy, honestly. Sorka, how are you doing? Litty Bros, what's up? I recall seeing satellite footage of mass graves in Iran during COVID. Have the satellites stopped working all of a sudden? Like, surely there's a way to get footage of this through through some medium. Right, exactly. Exactly. It's just completely bizarre. It's completely bizarre. On Dave's stream, we saw this guy speaking from Iran, and he called Omid a failed British comedian. Yeah, yeah. Omid Jalili's comedy is very bad, and it fails to make me laugh. I couldn't think of anything more accurate. I couldn't think of a more accurate way to describe him. This is so ridiculous, dude. They were like... So they're saying like the health ministry 2-day figure, according to, and then they just like they just fly into Dr. Amir Parasta, German-Iranian eye surgeon who prepared a report of the data. Parasta said the number doesn't reflect. We're getting closer to reality. The real figures will be way higher than 30,000. Way higher. Way higher. This is crazy, man. I've been completely fucking stunlocked by this. That appears to be the reality implicit in the government's internal figure of more than 30,000. What are you talking about? What government internal? What are you on about? A slaughter on that scale in the space of 48 hours had experts on mass killings groping for comparisons. It's because it didn't happen! It's because it didn't happen! What do you mean? This is so insane. This is so... It's fucking crazy making. Oh my god. It's like they've dropped a nuke on like a city or something. Oh my god. You know, it's crazy because I was seeing... we were talking about this in the Red Planet Discord. I saw this fucking one... I saw this one tweet. That's just what people are going to start saying soon. They're just going to be like, yeah, man, new death toll in Iran. Everyone is dead. No one left. That's it. Completely insane. That's where we're up to. I can't believe that they just got like a random German surgeon. Babies in incubator levels of bull, yeah. Truth nuke, exactly. Hey Kairos, what's going on? Hi, one who reads. Good to see you. Everybody, please go follow Kairos Rev. You know the score. How you doing, comrade? You can bet your ass times calling Alex Pretty a radical leftist. Yeah, exactly. That's the kind of reporting that they do. Where was I up to, man? The only parallel... Oh, hell yeah, dude. This is so good. The only parallel offered by online databases occurred during the Holocaust. On the outskirts of Kiev on September 29th and 30th, Nazi death squads executed 33,000 Ukrainian Jews. This is depraved. This is completely fucking depraved. They brought this out 2 days ago, the day before Holocaust Remembrance Day. They're like, yeah, man, what the Ayatollah has done in Iran is similar to when the Nazis murdered 33,000 Ukrainian Jews. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, we're not reading any more of that. We're not reading any more of that. Okay. Yeah, 30,000 Iranians dead. 50 billion squillion Iranians dead. The US-based human rights activist news agency... Human Rights Activists News Agency. What the what is... Oh, Hrana. Right, okay. Okay, yeah, fine. Demonstrations have abated following the crackdown. Mr. Trump said he's been told the killings were subsiding and that there were no plans to execute any prisoners, despite reports a protester was due to be put to death earlier this month. Yeah, it's weird that there's conflicting information about this. There is precedent for US military forces surging into the Middle East, sometimes claiming the move was in fact defensive. Yeah, man, that famous defensive move of advancing on your enemies. Last year, there was a significant buildup of US military presence ahead of strikes carried out in June against Tehran's nuclear program. The current movement of military forces into the Middle East includes fighter jets and air defense systems, along with the aircraft carrier and warships. A senior Iranian official has warned that any attack on Iran would be considered an act of all-out war against the regime. The United Arab Emirates also made it clear that it has no desire to be involved, declaring on Monday that it would not let its airspace, territory, or waters be used for any hostile military actions against Iran. But also, they did not demand that Trump not strike Iran 2 weeks ago or something. Whenever it was. We reported here on the stream, we looked at the reports that various different Gulf states were like, please, 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 please don't bomb Iran, because otherwise they'll set fire to all of our oil, and that will be very bad for business. Please don't do it. And Trump was like, oh, I see. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't. You know? UAE didn't do that. The Al Dhafra Air Base, U.S. military hub located south of the capital of Abu Dhabi, has been a critical U.S. Air Force hub, supporting key missions against ISIS, probably not, along with reconnaissance deployments across the region. Is that the end? It's the end of the article, okay. All right, let's take a look at what Al Jazeera is reporting on. I think we got live updates here. So, 1 minute, watch. Iran says it faces hybrid warfare. Warns US military buildup risks regional destabilization. Iran's foreign ministry says the country has faced a joint campaign of what it calls hybrid warfare since June last year. A United States aircraft carrier strike group is heading towards the Gulf as tensions build with Iran. US military last staged a major buildup in the region in June before launching strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. So again, that is clearly what they are hoping to do. They do know that if America does bomb Iran, they'd be fucked for opposing it. I mean, It's questionable. But, I mean, Soccer, what you've got to remember is that Qatar, Saudi Arabia, I think even Iraq were all on the phone to Trump being like, don't bomb Iran. And these are all client vassal states of the empire. You know, so I don't think there's any, you know... I don't know if the UAE are going to be like, yeah, man, you know, let's not do that because we might get fucked over by the US. I mean, maybe they would. You might be right. You might be right. But it just seems odd, right? It just seems like an odd decision. Iranians decry sharp rise in prices in the cost of living. So this is being reported today. We've spoken to some merchants in the Iranian capital about the record devaluation of the country's currency. Ahmad, who sells meat, told Al Jazeera that business has slowed significantly as prices have gone up. Compared to last year, the price of meat, for example, has risen sharply around 6 times. People no longer have real purchasing power, he said. The vendor, named Shabnam, also decried the difficult economic situation engulfing the country. The cost of living is very high, extremely high, while incomes are no longer sufficient to cover the expenses, she said. Even a simple visit to a supermarket to buy a few basic items can cost around 2 million tomans, where just 5 or 6 months ago, the same purchases would have been 500,000 tomans. So yeah, it appears that the other stuff, the sanctions are really making things difficult for everyday people in Iran. They can ask America not to bomb Iran. They're just not in a position to demand it. Yeah, I know, but the point I was trying to make is that the UAE did not ask them to not bomb Iran. They didn't even do that, which is odd. Trump will bomb Iran if he feels cornered. I mean, I think he'll just bomb Iran anyway. I don't think if he feels cornered. I don't think that motherfucker has ever felt cornered in his life. Like, you could argue that he is performing extremely badly right now, which is true, right? It is absolutely fucking true. He's having like such a bad time. He's overwhelmingly unpopular. You know, everybody knows he's in the Epstein files. All of his policies have got massive disapproval ratings. Again, he was not elected on an overwhelming mandate by the people in the USA. He's ruining the reputation of America all over the fucking world. All the soft power that the Democrats just, you know, and the Republicans spent decades and decades and decades building up. And yeah, I don't think he's feeling cornered even now. I think he would just do it anyway. Yeah, he'll bomb Iran if he feels bored. Yeah. Yeah, never underestimate Trump's desire to shoot himself in the foot. True. I mean, it's not his desire, but he just does it anyway, right? He carries out drastic actions when he feels cornered. I don't know if that's true, Mr. Dant. I don't know if that's true. I don't think I agree. Thriller says, if Trump acts, in my opinion, it will be for optics. If it looks like it will win him favor with the global narrative, he'll do it. Right, but also, he has a skewed idea of what the global narrative is, right? he has a skewed idea of what, like, is a good idea to do. Like, he will think that bombing Iran would be a popular decision. That's true. I think that he thinks that bombing Iran is a good idea. Does everybody else think that bombing Iran is a good idea? Every country in the White West would support it. Every country in the Imperial Core, Britain, France, Germany, Spain, Canada, maybe not Spain. Spain seems to be drifting off on its own. Maybe Canada's going the same way. I don't know. But, you know, it would be broadly unpopular in the Middle East. Massively unpopular in the Middle East. Because Iran's response would completely destroy the economy all over the Middle East, potentially even all over the Imperial Core. I just don't think that politicians in the Imperial Core know that that's what would happen. If they block the Straits of Hormuz, if they set fire to the oil fields, and then if they respond by attacking US air bases in the region, and also Israel itself, it could have massive ramifications for everything. For everything in the Imperial Core, you know? Why does he chicken out so much? It's because all he is a fail son. Like he has gotten to the position that he is in because of capitalism. You know, again, I've said it before. I'll say it again. This is you know, Trump being the president of the leader of the Imperial Core is the only way that it could have gone. If it wasn't him, it would be someone like him. It would be Elon Musk. It would be Jeff Bezos. It would be some other, you know, the only reason that it was Trump over any of those ghouls is because he's a reality TV star. He's also a celebrity, right? You know what I mean? So that's why he chickens out, because he's only used to doing business decisions, and he's made a lot of bad business decisions. It could have been Tiger King. Yeah, it actually could have been. You know? Iran can and will fire back if they're really attacked. The last time the US struck Iran at a predetermined site, Iran cleared out well before the attack. Yep, that's right. Canada's empire seems to be twisted in the wind a little. It's not Canada's empire, it's the US's empire. Canada is trying to get out of it. Canada's trying to reposition itself as the business country of the empire, I think. That's also what Sophie thinks. So, yeah, that's where we're up to. Let's take a little look here. A bit about Reza Pahlavi. I'm not really too interested in that. We know who he is. He's a fraud and a piece of shit. Iran's internet shut down, affecting trade. Right, but it's not shut down anymore. It's not still shut down, right? Like, they lifted it like a week ago? 1 hour ago, IRGC warns that Iran will treat neighboring states as hostile if their territory is used for attacks. Yeah, exactly. This is what I was saying. Neighboring countries are our friends, but if their soil, sky, or waters are used against Iran, they will be considered hostile, right? The US doesn't care about that. The US doesn't give a flying fuck about that because it never cared about Qatar, it never cared about Bahrain, it never cared about Kuwait, it never cared about Iraq, it never cared about Saudi Arabia, it never cared about the UAE. And it doesn't give a flying fuck. It's just like, yeah, man, we're probably going to attack Iran from your countries, so you better let us do it. And Iran is just like, if you do that, we will consider you our enemy and we will respond. Which just makes sense. It just makes sense. What is Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps? We looked at this earlier last year. They're just, you know, they're just like, I don't know. They're like the Marine Corps, you know. Iran's currency plunges to record low. Yeah, we saw that as well. What have Iran's major regional allies said about reactions to potential US strikes? So this is interesting. Here's what a few of Iran-aligned military groups have said. Yemen's Houthi rebels. Well, important to remember that, you know, they're rebels against the, you know, politically aligned with Saudi Arabia and the UAE piece of shit turncoats of the central government. That's who they're rebelling against. Ansar Allah are absolutely, they're rebels against the Saudi Arabian genocide. Yeah, you know. So important to remember that that's who they're talking about. Ansar Allah have been like a massive ally to Gaza, a massive ally to Palestinians. You know, far more brave than any of the other turncoat Gulf states in the region. But anyway, they're ready to resume attacks on shipping in the Red Sea. So that's phenomenal. The Houthis spent much of Israel's genocidal war on Gaza attacking commercial and then military ships in the Red Sea. That's dope. This is great news, actually. Iraq's Kataib Hezbollah paramilitary group, long supported by Iran's IRGC, issued a direct threat if any attack targeted Iran, warning total war in the region would be the result. Holy shit, chat. That's crazy. Hezbollah, one of the most deeply entrenched and threatening groups with Tehran's support, walked a more delicate line. During a speech yesterday, the group's leader, Naim Qassem, said the group would not be neutral in confrontation between Israel and Iran, but he stopped short of committing to support Tehran militarily if war breaks out. Interesting. Okay. With Iran threats, Trump is pushing the limits of U.S. executive power. I do want to watch this. This is 24 minutes. Can I get a link to this on YouTube or some shit? Hold up. I want to get a link to that. I want to see Mark Lamont Hill talk about this.
Strong
Al Jazeera.
In the global.
Oh my god. Al Jazeera English. Yeah, it looks like Iraq imperialism coming back to bite America in the ass. LOL. And furthermore, Lamau. I want to hear what Mark Lamont has to say about this. Is this going to be on here? 5 hours ago. Why are there sometimes just like videos that are on the... Oh, there we go. Here we are. Okay.
1 year into...
All right. Take a look at that. Okay. 2 hours ago, some Iranian networks visible globally as internet shutdown continues. NetBlocks. Iran's internet shutdown is approaching day 20. Oh, okay. I thought they lifted it. I guess not. The monitor alleged that this does not mean things are back to normal, but rather some traffic is being allowed and tightly controlled by the Iranian government. Yeah, makes sense. Iranians face mounting pressure amid currency devaluation. We've seen that as well. Iranian president holds talks with Saudi Arabia's Mohammed bin Salman. Oh my god. Okay, this is interesting. This is very interesting. Iranian president holds talks with Saudi Arabia's Mohammed bin Salman. Masoud Pezeshkian has stressed that unity and cohesion among Islamic nations are essential for regional stability in talks with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. In a readout of the discussions, the Iranian president's office in Pezeshkian has expressed an appreciation for Muslim countries' support for Tehran. He emphasized that regional instability benefits no one and warned against psychological and political operations aimed at disrupting in regional security, the statement said. Pezeshkian also reaffirmed Iran's readiness to support any process that leads to peace, de-escalation, and the prevention of conflict. The Iranian president's office added that MBS told Pezeshkian that Riyadh rejects any form of aggression or escalation against Iran and is ready to cooperate with Iran and other regional states to help establish lasting peace and security across the region. I don't buy it. Yeah, I don't buy it for a second. Genuinely. Hey, Kussy, what's going on? Good to see you. Where is the USS Abraham Lincoln? 3 hours ago. US Abraham Lincoln arrives in the Arabian Sea. The Arabian Sea is here. Okay? So all these other countries, all these other fucking outlets before that were saying, it has arrived in the Middle East, you know? It's so ridiculous that they didn't just say, in the Arabian Sea. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's not going to be here because that's too close to Yemen. That would be strategically stupid. It's not going to be in the Nile because why would it be there? They would have to... It just makes sense that it would be there. It just makes sense that it would be there. It's so dumb that they were like, yeah, whatever, like it's somewhere in the Middle East. Son of Iran's former Shah backs Italy's push to designate IRGC. Wow. Shit found in toilet. Yeah, Italy's gonna make the IRGC a fucking terrorist organization, and Reza Pahlavi, the crown prince, is like, yeah, man, I love that. That's a great idea. Hey, Nappers, what's up? I wonder if the mission accomplished banner is still hanging on the USS Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, that's what it's famous for, right? That's what it's famous for. Okay, this is funny. I just want to read this bit. So this is a quote from Reza Pahlavi. It's time to act decisively in support of the brave people of Iran fighting to free the world from the Islamic Republic's terror. The world. Free the world from the Islamic Republic's terror. Pahlavi, who lives in the United States, has previously said he would recognize Israel and end Iran's nuclear program if installed in power in Iran. To be clear, Iran's nuclear program at the minute is focused on things like healthcare, chemotherapy, you know? These applications of nuclear energy that would be beneficial for mankind. Beneficial for the Iranian people. Yeah, he's just the same as Machado, you know? I would argue he's more depraved than Machado because he's been doing this for much longer. He also backed calls to overthrow Iran's leadership, as previously called for strikes on the country. It's not clear what kind of constituency, if any, he could command within Iran to wield power. Trump has called him a nice guy in the past, but acknowledged the above as a fact. He seems very nice. I don't know how he'd play within his own country. What a cook. Honestly, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Yeah, this is cool. This is fun. I don't know if anyone else has seen this. An Israeli woman was shocked to discover that Israeli media was falsely reporting her death during protests in Iran. Wow, why would they do that?
שלא חשבתי שהולך לקרות לי בחיים, סבבה? תקשיבו, אני לא צוחקת שזה משהו שלא חשבתי שהולך לקרות לי בחיים, סבבה?
She's like, what the fuck is going on? I'm alive. They're saying that I died in Iran, in the Iran protests. The report said she was one of 4 Jewish people killed during recent anti-government demonstrations. Hell yeah, dude. That's so good. That's so normal. What a normal country.
אני לא... היי, מה נשמע? איזה מה קורה? אני בבית שלי, אוקיי? אני צריכה ללכת לאימון עוד חצי שעה, חבר'ה. מה קורה?
Oh, wow. So stressful. Maybe you should leave Israel. I don't know. Go back to where you came from. Anyway. All right, next up. Let me just renew my Financial Times subscription, chat. Just bear with me a moment while I just give this organization money. Oh, God. Sorry. Spelling error. Just give me a sec. The speedy wire transfer. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Also, to be clear, Iran doesn't recognize Israel because they're an apartheid state, which is the same position they had with South Africa. Iran has repeatedly said they'd recognize Israel if they weren't an apartheid state. I mean, I think it's more than that. I think that that's a bit of a reduction. I think that that's a bit of a reductive assessment of how Iran feels about Palestine and Palestinians and Israel. Yes, that is true. However, I think it is important to remember that there are lots of people within Iran, lots of people within the Iranian government that don't recognize Israel because they're just doing a genocide. You know what I mean? They're doing a fucking genocide. I don't know if I can get this article, chat. Never mind. We'll have to miss it, you know? Yeah, that's their official position. Okay, well, looks like the Financial Times doesn't want me to read their articles, so never mind. Let's take a look at BBC Verify. Let's have a look at what BBC Verify is saying. Yeah, BBC Verify. They're always verifying stuff. They're always verifying stuff, aren't they? They're always verifying that there were 30,000 30,000 Iranians killed, peaceful protesters killed by the regime. Anyway, let's have a little look. What tracking data and satellites can tell us about the US military buildup in the Gulf? We're seeing what we can find out from public sources like flight tracking about US military activity in the Gulf, as speculation grows that America may strike Iran over its government's repression of countrywide protests. No! That's not why they're gonna strike Iran. They're gonna strike Iran because they're their biggest fucking adversary in the region. That's all it is. Come on, man. I fucking hate the BBC so much! A verified photograph shows a building has partially collapsed after Russian strikes on the UK. Whoa, why is it talking about other stuff? Anyway, whatever. Shut up, man. Alright, let's have a little look here. Vaping data. Iranian protests and tracking US military jets by Thomas Copeland. Living in the land of Cope. I mean, I would be living in the land of Cope if I worked for the BBC. But anyway, just before we close BBC Verify Live, let's recap some of the story. Wait, what? It's like a live thing? Oh, dude, what the fuck? Why have they got to be like this? Why have they got to be like this? What are you on about? So I have to scroll all the way through this to find the thing that I want to look at. Brother. Okay, vaping, yeah, alright. Okay, here we go. Here's the bit that I want to look at. Right. From Alex Murray, actually. We're keeping a close eye on U.S. military aircraft movements in recent days as speculation continues about whether the U.S. is going to carry out strikes on targets in Iran. On the 18th of January, a Facebook post showed U.S. Air Force F-15 fighter jets departing their base at RAF Ligonier in Suffolk. U.S. Central Command announced the jets had landed in the Middle East 2 days later. Because fighter jets don't tend to disclose their positions, it's hard to track them on publicly available platforms like Flight Radar 24. However, the air refueling tankers that often fly with them do tend to be more visible. As you can see here in this screenshot taken on the 18th of January, it tracked the tankers and at least one F-15 as far as the Greek island of Crete. Now, to be clear, chat, I'm not saying that this is like everything that the BBC verified guy is saying here is true. Because, as I was implying earlier, BBC Verify tends to just verify things that the BBC wants to verify as true, right? So they're not really like a verify debunking outfit. They're just another arm of propaganda for the BBC. So this might be true, it might not be true. They're probably chatting rubbish, okay? I don't know. There's probably other ways to find this out and they're not disclosing that. Attention is now focused on the aircraft carrier USS Abraham Lincoln and its supporting warships. CENTCOM has said it was in the Indian Ocean yesterday. That announcement came after flight tracking picked up a American V-22 Osprey that emerged off the coast of Oman yesterday morning. These aircraft, which tilt their wings to take off and land like helicopters, are known to operate from the carrier. We've also used satellite imagery to track ships at sea in the past, but so far they have not been able to locate the USS Abraham Lincoln. Okay. Well, that's that. Not really learning anything from that, are we? Let's have a look at some news reports on this. Let's start with Fox News, everyone's favorite. I don't think I need to introduce them. You know what kind of bias they have. This is going to be some of the most insane shit ever. It's Fox News National. U.S. aircraft carrier makes major move amid threat from Iran. Let's have a look and see what they're saying about this in particular.
The situation in Iran is, quote, in flux, as the United States has sent what the president called a big armada to the region. He tells Axios that the Iranians have called him many times. They want to talk, he says. Meanwhile, the number of people who were killed during the crackdown on protesters could reportedly top 30,000. A massacre of 30,000 people, according to Time magazine.
Yeah, sure.
Iran only
Everyone
officially
dead.
admits to about 3,000 deaths. Chief
Everybody
Foreign
dead.
Correspondent Trey Yanks reporting live from Tel Aviv. Hi, Trey.
Trey Yanks.
Good afternoon. President Trump says Iran wants a deal and tension continues to rise across.
Let's not forget, chat, the famous clip of Trey Yanks during Iran's last attack on so-called Israel was outside the Mossad headquarters that had just been hit with a hypersonic fucking missile. And he was like, as you can see here, Iran have destroyed Mossad headquarters. And IOF soldiers were going, leave, leave, don't film, don't film. That was this guy. Classic, absolutely classic moment. Oh, the memories of the last 6 months, chat. Oh, the memories we've shared.
The Middle East as the United States and Iran trade words over the possibility.
Yeah, Iron Dome, more like an iron sieve.
The U.S. Air Force announced new drills in the region this week as new weapons continue to flow to regional countries like Jordan and Qatar. A U.S. official tells Fox News the USS Abraham Lincoln Aircraft Carrier Strike Group has now entered CENTCOM waters, but is not yet considered on station. With the buildup ongoing, Iran's foreign ministry spokesperson responded.
The arrival of a certain warship is not going to shake Iran's will or determination to defend the country with full force.
Yep.
We have both the will and the full capability to defend Iran, backed by our people and by the experience we have built upon over the past decades.
Makes sense.
Therefore, the armed force of the Islamic Republic of Iran will carefully keep an eye on every movement and every development.
Tonight, U.S. officials made clear that the diplomatic window is still open to negotiate with Iran, but that window appears to be closing.
Okay.
Martha?
Trey, thank you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
I love these minute-long fucking reports from Fox News. Just absolutely insane. Not enough information at all to ascertain any kind of stuff. All you're going to get from that, is Iran bad and scary. This shit shocked me. Even these guys are saying this. If Iran falls, ISIS rises again. Yeah, 2019. Yeah. 2019. Yeah, I mean, look, like, this is just what this is saying. There are going to be some people here in Newsweek who actually do proper analysis, geopolitical analysis, and understand that if you meddle in a sovereign country in the way that the USA, the Imperial Court does, you are just going to create more and more horrific right-wing fascist groups that destabilize the region. This remains true, right? Yeah, crazy that this was like 7 years ago now. No way, man. There's some mad, absolutely mad cropping on the nose here, by the way. Who made this decision? Who made this decision, by the way, to like have his nose poke out like this? It looks so weird. It looks so fucking weird. You know what I mean? Look at this. Look at this shit. They were like, yeah, man, what we're going to do, the way that we're going to design this is we're just going to have his nose popping out like that. Like he's sticking his face through the letters. AI-ass book cover. Yeah, but this was before AI. This was 2019. It looks like his nose should have like one of them, like in like kids' books when they would have like a bit that you could touch that was tactile. Some may say the nose is the space bar of the face. This is true. This is true. All right. That's pretty funny. Thanks for that, Kairos. Okay, so we got here NTD. So this is does anyone know who this is? Does anyone know where this comes from? This is New Tang Dynasty Television. I found this earlier because I thought this is a crazy source. Yeah. This is an American television broadcaster founded by adherents of the Falun Gong religious movement. Yeah. So Falun Gong. Thanks for checking out the YouTube. So Falun Gong. Falun Gong are like they are basically like the people who do the little black book of communism about China, right? They're like, China killed 18 squibbillion gazillion people all the time. They do it every day. Yeah, and also when you die, you go to segregated heaven. Different races have different kinds of heaven, etc. It's a far right Chinese cult. Yeah, basically that's the best way to understand it. Because I was thinking, like, who would have a headline like this? Iran's Ayatollah moves to underground bunker. There's nothing to suggest that has happened. Like, where have they got that from? Of course, it's Falun Gong. Let's hear what kind of stuff they're saying about this I'm sure they're going to have incredibly accurate geopolitical analysis about this, aren't they? Let's have a look. This is 12 minutes.
The Supreme Leader is reportedly hiding in a fortified ground shelter. The Jerusalem Post says the Islamic leader's hideout.
Reported by who?
Of tunnels below.
The Jerusalem Post. They're referencing the Jerusalem Post as the source.
The Jerusalem Post says the Islamic leader's hideout contains a series of tunnels below Tehran.
Hamas tunnels. He's in the Hamas tunnels. The pedophile fascist Zionist occupation of Palestine said that there are Hamas tunnels under Tehran. And that's where the Ayatollah goes when he's scared.
The Post cites an Iranian opposition outlet saying the Ayatollah's third son has taken over management of the Supreme Leader's day-to-day responsibilities. The son is now serving as the primary channel for communication with the regime's executive branches. This comes after President Trump said that American ships were en route to waters near the country. And joining us now is David Wormser, Middle East Affairs Analyst at the Center for Security Policy and former Senior Advisor to U.S. Vice President Cheney.
What's his name?
Middle East and Strategic.
Former advisor to Dick fucking Cheney. Yeah, man. I'm sure he's gonna have he's going to have really good opinions on this.
Affairs. David, thank you so much for joining us. Always great to see you. Now, the U.S. has moved military assets into the region after President Trump told reporters Thursday, quote, "We have a big force going toward Iran," adding, while he'd rather not see anything happen, we're watching them very closely. Now, this comes as Iran has warned any attack will be seen as all-out war. How are you reading these moves and what we can expect to see here?
Well, clearly the president is moving enough assets into place that he has all the options on the table. If we're going to do a strike on Iran, he's within a day at the outermost. We will have the assets in place to do so. Certainly the Israelis are working with the United States to complete the intelligence picture and make sure that all the targets and targeted leadership that may be on the table is identified. Their locations are nailed down, and so.
Okay, so this guy is just actually giving probably the best solid analysis of what's going on. You know, which is why it's actually quite an interesting person to have on to be talking about this, because again, an advisor to Dick Cheney is going to be experienced at destabilizing countries in the Middle East. And so he's saying out loud what the plan probably is, which is that Mossad and Unit, whatever it is, the Unit 8200, the two services in intelligence services in so-called Israel, are going to be trying to identify the various different people who could be taken out by targeted assassination strikes. That's probably what we're going to see. If we see a strike in Iran from the US, it's going to be a very, very similar thing to what they did with Maduro. They are going to be like, we cannot and should not try and overwhelm them militarily because we probably can't. And what we should do is try and do exactly what we did with Maduro. But I also agree, Luna. I think if they try that with Iran, I think it will go very, very wrong. Wrongo bongo. Thank you for the follow. Iranian socialist, how are you doing? Based on reports, U.S. Navy started naval blockade on Iran in the Persian Gulf, seizing tankers. This is a shift in strategy. Reports from Tehran indicate the Ayatollah is in red alert mode, located in a bunker at a civilian location. Have you got a link for that? It's not going to work 2 times in a row. I don't think so. Unit 8200. It's the name of the Israel intelligence unit. It's Unit 8200. It's Unit 8200. That's what it is. It is Unit 8200. Oh, you're joking. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't see that. Meta's trusted safety department. Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, they're probably involved in that as well, yes.
So there's a lot of preparatory work that's happening but is about to be completed. So then
they're also Meta's trusted safety department. What, they have that name? It's probably just Israel. It's probably just them.
Get into the period in which the president either
the department's revolving door
strike or tries to lean on the Iranians enough, making it clear to them that we have everything we need to do a strike to hopefully.
You're a bisexual queen. No, I wouldn't describe me as a queen. I'm a bisexual man, yes.
Make them
Meta hires directly from that unit for the department. Oh, okay, yeah, so there you go.
Some sort of a fundamental change in the constitution of the regime.
And despite the internet blackout, the scale of the protests in Iran and the bloody clampdown is slowly coming into focus. How are you reading these protests? Is there lasting momentum in spite of the brutal clampdown?
Well, there's a number of lasting elements, as you said. One is the lasting momentum. No,
I'm pretty solidly a dude, Aiden.
There are still cities and towns in Iran where there's opposition and there's still activity. by the opposition. There's also preparation for the future and waiting for what's about to come. If it's
sorry to disappoint, but I'm about as masked as they get, you know?
Israeli strike or both. But there's also a long-term hatred of the regime now that has set in among the Iranian people. Before it was a divorce. They had given up on the regime. They want to change. Now there's real hatred of the regime because of what they've done. You mentioned the suppression. What is coming out now, it seems on the night of the 8th and 9th, between the 8th and 9th of January.
Also a top gay here. It's nothing to do with being a top. It's nothing to do with being a top. I just like not, you know what I mean? Queen implies feminine, right? Just implies feminine. I'm just not that. Not that. US may impose a bit. Yeah, this is Jerusalem Post, right? You know, this is the same thing. Like I'm literally watching this, yeah, and they just quoted that. So, you know, this source here is fucking Falun Gong, the right-wing fucking anti-communist Chinese cult television service, who was speaking to Dick Cheney's ex-personal advisor because Dick Cheney's dead. And they just quoted this article that you've, like, you know, that you've linked in the chat. You know what I mean? It's, I don't believe a fucking word that Jerusalem Post says. Oh,
chum.
Oh, he's got Hamas tunnels under Tehran. He's in the Hamas tunnels under Tehran. Yeah, man, whatever, man. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Fuck the Jerusalem Post.
January.
Thanks for the follow.
The regime killed as many as 30,000 people in that one 24-hour period, which would be one of the most
Network, what's up?
Slaughters of humans, any humans anywhere, within a short period of time by any regime in the last century. So it really is a horrific regime that has killed. We don't know how many people. We don't know the parameters even of how many people, but it does seem now well north of 40 to 50,000 people have been killed by the regime over the last week.
It's all right, Aiden.
And on that note, we do know that earlier in the protests, Iran used military jammers, reportedly from Russia or China, to shut.
What's your assessment? I just said it, dude. I think that this guy is probably saying the quiet part out loud. He probably has some kind of insider knowledge, and he's excited to be rolled out and spoken to by media personalities, and so he's letting his ego get the better of him, and he is saying, yes, they are probably going to take out key military figures in the Iranian government, and they are going to attempt to do something like what they did in Venezuela. And I don't think that's going to go well. I think that that's probably going to backfire on him quite significantly. I think any attack on Iran, I think that, broadly speaking, the Iranian defense is poised to attack key targets in the region that would have massive economic, ramifications for the imperial core. The one thing that does make sense from what you were saying is the naval blockade seizing tankers. That does make sense. And the reason that makes sense is because that would line up with, in the last couple of days, people on the ground in Iran saying that things are getting worse and worse and worse economically. So that kind of makes sense. The whole thing about, like, oh, Ayatollah has gone into a bunker, it's like, sure, man, maybe he has. Maybe he has. Maybe there's loads of Hamas tunnels under Tehran. I think, personally, that would be stupid. I think there's probably nothing more stupid than having your bunker be in Tehran. Surely it would be somewhere a bit more, you know, less obvious, but whatever, man. That's just my take. That's just my opinion. That's not based on anything other than, like, I feel like if I was the supreme leader of a country that was viciously opposed to the United States, and I knew that they were going to bomb me pretty soon, I wouldn't be in the place that only, like, the only fucking city that white people could could name in Iran. Do you know what I mean? Don't our government go into a bunker under Parliament called Cobra whenever anything happens? I don't know. Probably do. They probably don't. Yeah, there you go. Monkey Sputum says Netanyahu fucks off to Greece whenever he's having problems at home. A country that should be arresting him on arrival. Yes. So yeah, that's my take on that.
Down Starlink access. Could there be cooperation between the Chinese regime and the Iranian regime?
Yes, the Chinese regime and the Russian regime, both.
Chinese regime. Here we go, chat. Here we go. It's not even Cold War, it's Hot War. It's Hot War. Cold War version 2.0. The Hot War.
Helped not only to jam Starlink, but to try to follow the leads to the Starlink sites inside Iran so that they could...
Right, and there's nothing wrong with that. There's literally nothing wrong with that. Because what Elon Musk is doing by trying to get fucking Starlink in Iran is superseding a nation's sovereignty, right? And China is kind of all about, they kind of have the fucking, they kind of have the prime directive. If you know anything about the way that China thinks about foreign policy and what they say about other countries that are having conflicts that maybe it has relations with and why it doesn't get involved and shit like that, it kind of thinks like the prime directive in Star Trek. They're like, it's not up to us to get involved. They got to figure it out themselves. And you could criticize that as much as you want. Oh yeah, don't worry. We already know that, Monkey Sputum. Don't worry. We've already talked about the Falun Gong. Yeah. Chinese regime, Iranian regime, Chinese regime, Venezuelan regime, Russian regime. They don't really call the Russian. Do you know what's interesting? Do they call it the Putin regime? They do, don't they? It was a trick question. They always disappear in the Cobra bunker. Oh, right. I didn't know that. I didn't know that they did that. Did he say the Putin regime?
Track down the leadership of the opposition.
He called it the Chinese regime, for sure. The Russian regime.
So we do know that there's extensive assistance by the Chinese and the Russians, especially the Chinese, to Iran. We have seen, I believe, 26 transports from China in the last 72 hours.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. That's fucking sick, actually. That's actually good news. I'm glad to hear it.
Iran. That's a lot of military transport from China.
Hell yeah, dude.
In a very short period of time. We know that they've also sent anti-aircraft and anti-missile systems.
This is something that I was fucking reporting on like fucking 5 months ago, man. Do you know what I mean? It's like, where have you been, bro?
Not true anti-missile systems, but anti-aircraft systems to Iran. So there's a lot of military cooperation by China against the United States and Israel.
The guy whose country is sending an armada saying that's a lot of transports.
And what is Beijing's interest in the region? Why are they helping so much?
Well, I think there's a number of interests. First and foremost is
I do think these are all possible. I used to live in Iran until 2008. I left Iran after the reformist uprising. My family still lives there. I do think the Ayatollah is very ideological, so he would stay inside an urban setting. His complex is in the heart of Tehran. He moved there a few decades ago. Yeah, fair enough. You know, you've probably got more experience of it than me. So yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate your input, you know? Yeah, and solidarity. I'm sorry that, like, you know, Iran is not that palatable to socialists or communists, you know what I mean? And yeah, solidarity in that regard. It fucking sucks.
They simply want the United States to stumble. So anything they can do to make the United States stumble is good. But I think there's a more serious issue here. Iran has been one of the most repressive regimes.
Is this the Cobra bunker? Is this an actual picture of the Cobra bunker? This is so wet, bro. Britain is such a joke, man. Like, look at this. It's embarrassing. West Wing ass room. So crazy with the fucking laptop plugs. Just like a conference room. So wet, dude. Some of the wettest shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. Get 4-player split screen Mario Kart on the go. Yeah, you can smell the BO from here. Yeah. No, I bet it's just wet because there's probably like a bunch of damp leaking in from the Thames. You know what I mean? Half-Life room except no apocalypse. Yeah. Wi-Fi password is guessed. Wet just means like weak, cowardly, bad, no resistance. You know, when something's wet, it's generally weakened by being moist, isn't it? You know what I mean? Generally speaking, most matter, when it becomes wet, gets quite malleable, you know?
For the last 50 years, it's really a symbol of that camp of repressive regimes that include countries like Cuba, North Korea, China, and what was Syria and so forth. It is one of the main countries in that camp. If it goes down to a freedom revolution, it will send ripples and shockwaves to Beijing. We remember.
I genuinely, like, that's all they're talking about. That's all that they're interested in. They're only interested in trying to affect China. Like, they're interested in trying to stop China from getting access to oil, even though, you know, China has various different fucking connections to oil and shit like that. It's completely ridiculous. It's completely ridiculous. Ripple that Beijing. Yeah. So ridiculous. I live in the USA right now. Royalists are very powerful, and with the US secret police everywhere looking for communists, it's best not to be Iranian socialist, both the USA and Iran. Yeah, no, absolutely. I totally get it. I totally get it. That's why I said solidarity. Like, I've got friends in the UK who are Iranian socialists. You know, so yeah, I totally understand the struggle, comrade. You know what I mean? Solidarity. It's very upsetting. It's very upsetting. So, but I also doubt the effect that it would have on Beijing. Do you know what I mean? Like, they are talking about this, like, supposed if Iran falls, it would have such an effect on Beijing. It would shock China into submission, and it's like, no, there's other countries that are involved in BRICS, you know what I mean? I don't even think Iran is, like, in BRICS. I think it's just like a cooperation country. Do you know what I mean? And also, Iran is far more well-armed and far more ready to defend itself than Venezuela was. Even though Venezuela was very ready to defend itself, I just don't think that the kind of, like, operation that they did on Maduro is just going to work. I don't think it's going to work. I think that they would probably try and kill various members. I think that they could possibly successfully target and assassinate various members of the government in Iran. Because Israel did that last time and they boasted about it so much, right? Oh, Iran did get admitted to BRICS. Oh, I see. Okay, well, sorry about that. But still, I think that, like, I just think that, you know, what they're saying with regards to, like, oh yeah, if they take out Iran, it's going to affect Beijing so much. I just don't think it will. I don't think it's going to have the effect that they want it to. You know. It would just probably piss China off somewhat. Yeah, maybe. China buys 90% of Iran's oil. Yeah, but that benefits Iran. That doesn't necessarily benefit China. Like, China isn't buying 90% of its oil from Iran. You know? It buys most of its oil from various different countries all over the world. It has diversified its portfolio, right? You know, the fact that it buys most of Iran's oil means that, you know, that benefits Iran massively.
Or how the collapse of the Soviet...
And, like, sure, it's like a big supplier of oil to China, and it means that, yeah, they wouldn't get... They wouldn't get, like, a bunch of oil. If the USA blocks Iran from selling oil to China, it's game over for the Iranian government. Oh no, yeah, absolutely. But they you know, that's the only reason that they're trying to do this blockade in the Strait of Hormuz, right? But they're also going to try and do this fucking strike. So, you know, it depends how patient they're willing to be. And I don't think Trump is very patient. I think that's the downfall of the USA. I think that Trump is scared he's going to die. When you're an old man, right? I reckon when you get to like probably 60, yeah, you start to think, oh no, I'm going to die soon, right? And you know, Trump is 83. I think that like the amount of days that you go to sleep and you go, oh no, I might not wake up tomorrow, increases exponentially when you're in your 80s. You know what I mean? And I think that that's the downfall. I think that the gerontocracy of the United States is going to be the downfall. Like, you shouldn't be worrying about like, oh, I need to like do my fucking US imperialism before I die. When you're 83, you need to worry about like, is my will sorted? You know, am I enjoying my life to the best that I possibly can in the short years that I have left? Like, that's what you should actually be doing. I think the gerontocracy is going to do it. Even more so when you're sleeping next to Melania. She's not gonna murk him off. She doesn't need to. I think if anyone's patient, it's Melania. You know what I mean? And his diet consists of McDonald's. Yeah, he's not going to be... I don't think he's going to be hitting Michael Parenti numbers. You know? He's going to be fucking... Yeah. I don't like to speculate on when people are going to die, but when it's Trump, it's like, okay, well, he murders loads of people anyway, so whatever, you know? Hey, Glaze, how you doing? All the Middle Eastern regimes are trading with both the US and China. Saudi has flirted with moving off the dollar standard regarding its oil. Yeah. Evil never dies. Well, I don't know if Trump is like... I don't know if it applies to Trump, you know what I mean? He doesn't believe that. Well, he's going to be getting extra stress because he thinks that he's going to murk him off. So, yeah.
The Union led to Tiananmen Square. We could easily see this fervor.
Oh, we remember how the collapse of the Soviet Union led to Tiananmen Square. No, dude. Tiananmen Square happened because the US was agitating protest movements and co-opting them inside China. And also, what happened in Tiananmen Square, dude? What happened in Tiananmen Square? Did they run over that guy in the tank? No, he just like walked off. They tried to go around him and they didn't run him over. So insane. Hey, Risky Biscuit, what's up? Thanks for the 5-stream watch streak. Hell yeah, let's go. Bellatrix, how you doing? So insane. Yeah, the CIA coup against the USSR inspired the CIA coup against the fucking People's Republic of China. Like, it's just... Come on, man. He's desperate for the old days. He's getting nostalgia. He's like, I was there. I was there when we did the coup in Moscow. And then there was the coup in Beijing. You know? The protesters were throwing Molotov cocktails inside tank cockpit hatches, apparently. And it's just so insane. Yeah, there was a bunch of Chinese like police, PRC police, who were murdered, probably in the same way that there were a lot of Iranian police who were murdered in the current co-option of the agitation by the CIA and Mossad in Iran recently, right? You know, same story, different day.
Soviet Union led to Tiananmen Square. We could easily see this fervor,
Tiananmen Square, he said,
feeling of a freedom type aspirations by people suddenly show up.
Trump just put out a tweet on like a tweet or a truth? Was it a tweet or a truth? Two days ago? He's pinned this. Wait. I want to look at this one. This is all he cares about. Oh my god, this is his like pinned truth. I'm building on top of everything else that I am doing one of the greatest and most beautiful ballrooms anywhere in the world with more than $300 million of great American patriots money. He admits it. Wait, what? And working closely with, oh, these are like donations he's had, okay. Working closely with right from the beginning, the United States military and Secret Service. Don't do the voice. This is a gift, zero taxpayer funding to the United States of America of $300 to $400 million. Depending on the scope and quality of interior finishes for a desperately needed space sought for over 150 years by previous presidents and administrations, so that the White House would no longer have to be forced to use a cheap and unsafe tent for big and important state events. What? He's like, we just had to do it in tents. It was so bad. So weird. Already scheduled future inaugurations for safety, security, and capacity purposes on a very wet and subject to the weather White House lawn. That was what he was talking about when he had that thing, right? That was what happened when he had that thing that was like fucking what was it? It was like the summer meeting with the fucking whoever the fuck it was. It was like a bunch of just like millionaires and billionaires on the White House lawn, and we watched it, and he was just talking about how, like, do you remember how he used to sit on the chairs on the lawn and they'd sink into the grass? Very like old man behavior shit. Very old man behavior shit. Hello, Stephen Cleverpig. Did you imply earlier that nothing significant happened at Tiananmen Square? No, I just implied that what the West thinks happened at Tiananmen Square didn't happen. A 16-bit Mango, how you doing? A very wet and subject to the weather White House lawn making such a large gift to the USA was thought to be by almost everyone a wonderful thing to do. But no, as usual, I got sued this time. What is this? This is just rambling. No, as usual, I got sued this time by the radical left National No Trust for Historical Preservation. In parentheses, no. A group that couldn't care less about our country. Sorry, the fucking no is so funny. A group that couldn't care less about our country. All of the structural steel, windows, doors, AC, heating equipment, marbles, stone, precast concrete, bulletproof windows and glass, anti-drone roofing, and much more has been ordered or is ready to be. There's no practical or reasonable way to go back. It's too late. What is this? Why didn't these obstructions? Anti-drone roofing is crazy, by the way. That's crazy. That's crazy. Stephen Cleverpig says, I'm in the West and I'm pretty sure the government there killed a couple of hundred people. You think something else? Yeah, I think what actually happened, yeah. We doing this? Are we doing this? Is it worth it, buddy? Why did you click on my stream, dog? Why did you do that? Why did you click on my fucking stream, man? Why do people do this? And that is, hey man, I don't know if you've, listen dog, I don't know if you've noticed, but I'm in the middle of something here. Yeah? I'll get back to you in a minute. Right? With your fucking, I just believe everything uncritically given to me by the media. Critical thinking doesn't exist for me. Right. Where was I? You're mad that they put you on the side panel and I clicked. Yeah, I am actually. I don't want fucking freaks like you coming in here. I'm sick of you. Okay. Anyway. You better not leave. You better not get offended that I called you a freak and leave. Because I'm going to deal with you in a minute. Okay. Alright. Anti-drone roofing, it is too late. Why didn't these obstructionists and troublemakers bring their baseless lawsuit much earlier? Congress never tried or wanted to stop the ballroom project. Everyone knew what was taking place at the White House. A great big beautiful gift to the United States of America. For those that are interested, the tiny East Wing was so bastardized. What? And changed, built and rebuilt over the years. It bore no resemblance or relationship to the original building. These so-called preservationists who get their money from the most unusual of places should not be allowed to stop this desperately needed addition to our great White House, a place that a president has never needed permission to change or enhance because of the special grounds on which it sits, no matter how big and important that enhancement may be. Additionally, in this instance, it is being done with the design, consent, and approval of the highest levels of the United States military and Secret Service. So he's admitting here, he's admitting here, actually, that he could only do this if the military and Secret Service were involved and, like, told him what to do. Right? He could only do that. He could literally only do that because they were like, yes, so what you have to do, you could do all this, it doesn't matter, as long as we maintain or maybe improve the infrastructure of the command center underneath the White House. It's just going to be that, right? That's so bizarre. The mere bringing in this ridiculous lawsuit has already unfortunately exposed this heretofore top secret fact. Stoppage of construction at this date when so much has already been ordered and done would be devastating to the White House, our country, and all concerned. Thank you. Oh, he did the thank you for your attention to this matter. And signed his tweet. He signed it. Okay. That's how you know it's serious. Alright, let's go back. An unexpected error occurred. Wait, what? Wait, what do you mean? Just take me to his page, dude. Just take me to his page. Okay. I'm hearing the great country of Iraq might make a very bad choice by reinstalling Nouri al-Maliki as prime minister. Last time Maliki was in power, the country descended into poverty and total chaos. That should not be allowed to happen again because of his insane policies and ideologies. If elected, the United States of America will no longer help Iraq, and if we're not there to help, Iraq has zero chance of success. So no, I don't think he made a mistake here. I think he's actually talking about Iraq. I think he's actually talking about Iraq. You know? Who is Maliki? Is he like a Ba'athist? Nouri al-Maliki. Former Prime Minister of Iraq. This guy. 2006 to 2014. So he's just the guy that they put in power after they got rid of Saddam. They found Saddam Hussein in the famous bunker from the famous Daily Mail meme. 2 weeks ago, incumbent Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed al-Shia al-Sudani announced his withdrawal from the premiership race. Amid political negotiations following the November elections, they effectively paved the way for former Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki to return to power. This development is not just an act of political recycling, it reflects the failures of Iraqi state building after the United States invasion in 2003 under al-Maliki. Iraq may well go back to the disastrous policies that in 2014 led to the rise of ISIS. In reflecting on what al-Maliki's return could possibly mean for Iraq, important to remember his track record. Yeah, he was like a puppet, so he doesn't know what he's talking about. Trump doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. By backing al-Maliki, Washington paved the way for the chaos and instability it sought to avert. But I don't think that's true. I think that they helped this to happen, right? Okay, I'm getting too stun-locked by these various different things. Let's go back to what we were talking about. Right, now, this guy. Are you still here? I'm not offended. I don't know why you gotta be mad at me for asking you something. I never implied they ran over anyone with tanks either. You said that they killed a couple hundred of its people. That's what you said. I know you didn't imply they ran over anyone with tanks, but you said they killed a couple of hundred people. Where did you hear that? You're pretty sure. How are you pretty sure? By the way, I'll give you a clue here. There's no wrong answer to this. No, you don't. No. That's not the game that we play, Steven, right? That's not the game that we play. You came in here, you made the claim. You got to back it up. I'm not making content for you. I'm making content for all the people in my chat, my community, yeah? Right? You came in here and disagreed with us, so you made the claim. I've read, I've watched, I've been reading Wiki while you've been talking. Okay. Source me up, dog. Source me up. Hey, Splendinavia, what's up? I need to write an SCP Foundation style story on how Tiananmen Square is a CIA cognito hazard to keep Westerners from acknowledging anything good about China, yeah. Your browser won't take you to Wikipedia. No, Steven, you don't understand. I'm not doing any work here. You came in, you made the claim, you've got to back it up, you've got to give me the links. I'm not doing shit, dog. And you're on a timer. You're on a time limit. I'm not going to tell you how long it's going to take. And that's because I don't know. You are making a claim. I'm not making a claim for you. I've not sat in a room with you and gone, hello, Mr. Steven Cleverpig. I'm going to debate you on this thing that we disagree upon. You came into my community and you're like, right? So please, resources. Let's see them. Do it. Very nice network. He's gathering his sources, chat. Let's just continue with this.
These terribly repressive regimes, whether it's Cuba or even China. So obviously China doesn't want to deal with that. They,
hey, Crimson
Tinted. They do not want to see the voice of freedom be a successful voice.
Now, we saw in the first Trump administration the Abraham Accords. Now, this time around, President Trump has established the Board of Peace. What's your take on that and what role it could play in the Middle East?
Well, the Board of Peace is a very complex body that he's setting up. I'm not sure it'll really succeed, but its real purpose, in my view, is first and foremost to supplant and to erode the UN structure, which has obviously failed and is dominated by forces that are...
This guy's just leaking state secrets, but not really that much state secrets. You know?
Inherently anti-American, anti-Western. So I think he's right to try to create an alternative structure.
Oh, that's so funny. The UN is anti-American and anti-Western. Hell yeah, dude. That's the way to be. Also, not true.
Sure.
Completely not true.
Or not, that at the very least unravels the dominance and dangerous game that the UN has been playing over the last decades. So I think that's good. By the way, the UN is also another issue of China and why China's very nervous about some of these developments. It has effectively managed to
anti-American and anti-Western? You mean based?
For a lot of these NGO structures like the World Health Organization and so forth through debt to some countries that then feel indebted and diplomatically support their efforts and so forth. So this Board of Peace, I think, is very important in terms of undermining that international structure that.
Where have you gone, Doug? What's going on? Why is it taking you so long to get these sources, man? I thought you were like super certain about whatever it is that you're trying to argue here. Like, what's going on, man? In 3 minutes. I don't know why you think I'm here to attack you, dude. I was suggested your channel. Okay, so you don't have any sources to back up what you're saying. And here's the thing, right? You came in and said, did you imply earlier that nothing significant happened at Tiananmen Square, right? That's how the documentary that you watched 3 times told you to say your first chat message to me. Anyway, sorry to confuse you. You don't know what I'm talking about. You came in here and your first chat message was, did you imply earlier that nothing significant happened at Tiananmen Square? Do you remember what I said to that? Do you remember what I said to that? Also, you saying this here, I don't know why you think I'm here to attack you, dude. Oh, I don't know, dude. Maybe it's because the first interaction that we're having with, you know, that is chatter to streamer, right, is like you just being like fucking antagonistic and, you know, disrespecting my opinion and shit like that. Like, you're not even following me, bro. You're not even fucking following me. You said they didn't run anyone over. No, I said that before you said this. That's why you said this. I said they didn't run anyone over at Tiananmen Square, which is true. You then said, did you imply earlier that nothing significant happened at Tiananmen Square? To which I responded, if you remember, which you don't, I said that the narrative in the West about Tiananmen Square is not relatable to what actually happened, right? It's Western propaganda about China. It's anti-China propaganda. That's what I said. You know, you said, I'm in the West and I'm pretty sure the government killed a couple hundred of its people. You think something else, right? Look, man, the end of the day, my position is,
Hello, me old chum.
when you hear something about a country that you're not from, that the country that you live in, right, or the empire that you live in, as you said, the West, is antagonistic to, when you hear something about a country that the country that you live in is antagonistic to, you should question that. You should always question it. Because you're not immune to propaganda, and no one is immune to propaganda. You know, at the end of the day, none of us here were at Tiananmen Square. So we can never actually really know what happened. We can go on reports and journalism and things that happen. We can look at various different, eyewitness accounts. We can look at biased accounts and understand their bias and understand why they would report it in that way. That's all that we could possibly do, right? But broadly speaking, the subject of Tiananmen Square, in the context of which this guy, the ex-advisor to Dick Cheney, brought it up, is in an antagonistic fashion towards China and Russia and any country that opposes Western imperial hegemony, and therefore should be ridiculed. Right? And that's why I was being glib and flippant about it. So does that answer your question as to what my position is? You know? I hope I've clarified that for you.
It has arisen over the last decades that's inimical to the West. But it may not work in itself.
Okay, yeah, cool. All right, great. That's a great outcome. Thanks for understanding.
But that's not its primary purpose. Its primary purpose is first and foremost to push the UN off to the side.
And if you're wondering why I was being so antagonistic towards you, it's because, generally speaking, as my stream has been growing, I have been getting people coming in here who are unfortunately militantly liberal, right? And what I mean by militantly liberal are people who are obsessed with saying that I and my chat are like tankies or, were super extreme communists, shit like that, you know what I mean? And that you should, just listen to what everybody says in the Western media about Iran and Russia and China and all that shit. We don't do any of that here. I analyze geopolitics from an anti-imperialist, left-wing, communist, anarchist perspective, right? So, that's what we do.
And David, when we look to the future of Iran, talk to us about the different factions and interests within the country. What would an Iran not under the current regime look like?
Well, the big question is, first of all, the Shah himself, the son of the last Shah of Iran, who was exiled and died.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Shah mentioned. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Take a shot, everyone.
Exile. His son is technically the Shah.
Sick.
There's a lot of debate over whether he's a real leader or not. One thing we do know is that a number of the opposition forces that had claimed to have such operational capacity
no worries, Steven,
showed that they really didn't lately, whereas the Shah is what the Iranian people have been calling for.
Misunderstandings happen.
Is the slogan used in this revolt, and that means long live the Shah, long live the king. So he clearly has currency, but
that's right, Aiden.
He himself, from what I understand from him, as well as those around him, he really doesn't want to be the...
If we're derailing, can I ask how you feel about the guy who's banned from carrying eggs because he egged the king? Yeah, I think that's insane. I think it's completely fucking insane, and and I think a lot of leftists in the UK genuinely forget that we have a king a lot of the time. And that the king does have power. The king could absolutely unilaterally prevent a socialist government from forming in the UK if he wanted to. A socialist government could win the election. A socialist party could win the election, but then, there are going to be governments that are formed and arranged and created by that party. They're going to present it to the king, and then the king will just be like, nah, sorry, not good enough, get some more right-wing people involved. You know what I'm saying? This is the thing. This is what people like. Monarchy abolitionist, monarchy abolitionism. Is that a word? Abolition. Republicanism in the UK is an underrated. It's an underrated position, and a lot of leftists just fucking miss it in this country. They just miss it, and it's deeply frustrating. It's like people just don't want to think that we have a king in it. Like, they're just like, oh no, that's not real. But it is real. And it's fucking insane. He's got a massive nonce brother and massive nonce mates. Yeah, that as well. I mean, again, this is what I was saying at the fucking tail end of last year, is that we absolutely fucking should be using the Prince Andrew shit to reinvigorate the republicanism movement in the UK, because it does exist. There's an organization that is called Republic that is actively trying to abolish the monarchy, and they just need some momentum. You know what I mean? And I understand that there's like people would say, oh, well, there's some more important things that we need to deal with first. Do you have any idea how much fucking public money the fucking king gets? Do you have any idea how much fucking rent he makes? One of the biggest fucking landlords. He might be the biggest landlord in the UK, I think. You know? Madness. Absolute madness. I was so hopeful that Queen Elizabeth going down would spark people hating her idiot son enough to be rid of the monarchy, but alas. I mean, he's definitely far more unpopular. Like, again, this is why the time is right for the Republican movement in the UK, because it is literally like, he's the most unpopular monarch that has ever existed. Maybe even more unpopular than the one that was like, I don't know, killed by the peasants in like the 1500s and shit. You know? So, you know, the time is nigh. A-Space Mansador, the Crown Estate, Crown Corporations in the rest of the Commonwealth, as long as it's part of the economic base, it will be a problem. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Operational leader of Iran. He wants to be the symbol of Iranian unity. and the force around which the nation gathers. But he himself does not want to get down into the nitty-gritty of running the country afterwards.
Yeah, they're not just for show, yeah.
Be what is more genuinely a constitutional monarch. So that really leads to the question that you're getting at, is who then leads Iran for real, if he's just the symbol. And that really is, I believe, the leadership of the Iranians in Iran right now. There clearly is a leadership behind this revolt, this uprising. They clearly have been baptized by fire. And I think we don't know who they are. They're not visible to us on the outside.
The peasants didn't do it, Cromwell did. Oh, I see, we're doing great man theory, are we? Yeah. Cromwell did it all on his own, did he? He just walked up to Charles II and cut his head off. Yes, exactly. The man himself. His faction, yes, which were made up of, you know, you need working class individuals in order to create an army, right? It wasn't just all the, you know. Famously, Cromwell walked up to Charles II and went, "I'm not having this anymore." This is a very strange place to find oneself if you're an Iranian guerrilla communist inside Iran, because both Ayatollah and Shah don't have good blood with communists. One lesson from the 1953 and 1979 revolutions: the best strategy for the Iran communists is to stay underground until major military forces are done. Hundreds of thousands of leftists have died in the last 80 years when major geopolitical shifts take place in Iran. Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think that that's like, you know, that's key to, like, this is why I always say to people all the fucking time, if you want to understand Iran, don't just be a fucking white Western chauvinist thinking that you can explain leftism and shit like that to fucking Iranians, right? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is, like, I will always say, listen to Iranian communists, listen to Iranian trade union leaders, listen to Iranian fucking organizers on the ground, because it's like, you can't just sit there and be like, why don't Iran just be like communists? Like, why aren't they just like more left-wing? Like, this will be really good. There'll be a really good revolution. Like, I saw fucking anarchists, like, it's beyond frustrating. I saw fucking anarchists in a publication saying, yes, a revolution now, because of these protests would be really, really good, because it'll mean that the US and Israel won't fucking involve themselves in Iranian politics. And it's like, A, that's fucking wish casting, insane cloud cuckoo land thinking, and B, they are going to install someone who fucking murders anarchists and communists. Are you dumb? The last thing that they want is anyone fucking left wing getting anywhere close to power in fucking Iran. Like, completely insane. It is not like, it's just completely insane. It's completely insane. And like, yeah, the Ayatollah is anti-communist, anti-socialist, and the government is as well, but it's like, but there are still routes for people to, allow social change to become prominent through various different political channels in Iran. Like, it would probably have been seen to be completely impossible for the government in Iran to say, okay, women don't have to wear the hijab, but they did it, right? So there are social... there are definitely ways to get social movements to enact social change within Iran using the current levers that exist in society. And it is just like very, very frustrating when people are just like overwhelmingly just repeating the Western talking points. And this is why it's important to listen to actual fucking Iranian communists who've like either lived there or they fundamentally understand the differences between the Shah and the Ayatollah Islamic Republic. It's.
But they're clearly...
However, what I would probably say, and I don't know what your thoughts on this are, Iranian socialists, but like, I imagine if the Shah was reinstalled, right, it would be much more difficult for that kind of social change to be enacted with the current levers that exist. Not the current levers, with the new levers that would exist if he were to be in charge and be a puppet of the United States, right? Like, there could be social change, but would there be communism? Fucking no way. No fucking way.
There. And I believe that you're going to see them rise and identify as the regime goes down.
And zooming out a bit, what are you watching for in terms of how this could play out?
Yo, Sally Pocketful, what's going on?
Was the Arab Spring that...
Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Is it happening? Is it happening? Is it happening? I hate that it just doesn't tell you straight away. It's just like, Sally Pocketful gifted 5 subs. Is it Hype Train? Is that happening right now? No, okay. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Appreciate that, Sally Pocketful.
Across the Middle East, some areas did, get a little better. Life, got better, but some other areas became hot spots.
Good conversation. Good. I'm glad that you're enjoying it.
What are you watching for in terms of how this plays out?
Hey, Morgana, how you doing?
In other countries like Cuba or even China.
Right. Well,
just got back from my night hosting a local Fab Lab. That's cool.
Islamist winter.
Gambi Mama, what's up? Good to see you.
That's what we're seeing in various countries.
And yeah, it's great to see the community grow, honestly.
In Iran, you have an Islamist regime. In fact, it's an Islamist regime that has strong communist overlay. It was a...
You're going to love this one, Iranian communist. Iranian socialist. What a fucking joke. This is so good, dude. Oh, this is so fucking good. This is so fucking good.
The problems of it. Now, Iran, you have an Islamist regime. In fact, it's an Islamist regime that has strong communist overlay. It was a coalition between...
He's just freebasing, man. Now he's just fucking freebasing.
Communists and the Islamists in 1979 that came to power. So when the Iranians reject the regime, they're rejecting both the Islamism as well as the communism that led to it.
The communism led to the Islamism. That's how it works. Communism famously leads to Islamism. I mean, I guess you could say if you're doing like Baathism, that's kind of, but that's more pan-Arab. It's not really Muslim, you know? It's just like, it's so fucking annoying, right?
Those of us who deal with the Iranian community.
He's doing Islamo-Marxism, yeah.
Exiled, and those who have come out of Iran since.
Rat Freak with the Prime sub, and now it is indeed happening.
I don't understand our communist scum chuckle.
It's very true. It's very, very true. Chat, we're doing a hype train. It's hype train time. You know the score. You want to listen to some music, have a little break from the news. Give me some subs. Give me some fucking bits. Yada, yada, yada. You know the score. Let's play some tunes. What are we going to listen to? What are we going to listen to? Let's do. All right. Okay. Not listened to this one for a while. Let's get this one on. Oh my god, where's it gone? He's made so many tunes this year already. Here we go. That's it, chat. That's it. Hey Chaos, what's going on? Welcome in. I will also accept tips via the tip link in the chat. Krill with the £4.20 to the fucking donos. Let's go. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you so much, Rat Freak, for the Prime sub for the 5 months. If you see someone in the chat without a sub, you know what to do. Sub them up, gift them up, or donate to the Streamlabs tip link in the chat. Let's keep the hype train going. Or we could go back to the news. It's up to you. It's all in your hands, chat. It's all in your hands. Utter banger. Utter banger. Mamadrian, thank you so much for the 10 bits. Let's go. Welcome in. All right, we got 1 minute 40 left. So you enjoy it. Thank you so much for the £6.66. Let's fucking go. Steph with the £20. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. We're at £331. Krill with the 60 bits. Thank you so much for the 60 bits. All right, because of all the donos, even if the hype train ends, we'll listen to another tune. Don't worry, chat. I've got you. I'm gonna catch you when you fall. That's how it goes. We support each other. Your streamer supports you. You support your streamer. Yeah? That's cooperation. Uh, 40 seconds left. But we got £6.90, I think. Is that right? 69 bits. Thank you so much for the 69 bits, Mr. Dank. I was like, which version of the alert is that? Which version of the alert is that? Krill with the gifted sub to Ninny. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Thank you so much. Has that taken us to Hype Train level 2? It has anyway. So we got more and more tunes to come. Yeah, we're getting the classic. The classic.
No a la guerra. No a la guerra. Not war.
You know this one, chat.
Not war. Just peace. Just peace. Just peace. Forever. Forever. Forever.
Turn this one up a bit. Kubishi with the 20 bits. Let's go.
No crazy war, no crazy war. Please, please, please. Yes, peace, peace forever, peace forever. Venga por mí, aquí lo espero en Miraflores. No te tarde llegar, cobarde. Venga por mí, cobarde. Venga por mí, aquí lo espero en Miraflores. No te tarde llegar, cobarde.
God, this is such a fucking banger. Hey, what's up, elevator lady?
War. Listen to me. Not war. Just peace. The people United States.
Yeah, it's a big banger, Aiden.
No se meta con el hombre a pie. No war. Just peace. And the people United States.
Hey, Bunny, how is it going?
Please, please, please. No a más guerras eternas. No a más guerras injustas. Eternas. No más guerras injustas. No más Libia, no más Afganistán. Yes, peace, yes, peace.
2 minutes left, chat. But we will be doing another tune regardless. If we don't extend the hype train. Because, of course. Oh shit, what the fuck is going on? Alex Jones goes heavy metal? Alright, well, we'll have a look at that in a bit. A classic, but I'm gonna have to leave the YouTube VOD watchers. I'll be back in a minute. VOD watch. massive bangers all along the way. Welcome back, VOD watchers. Yeah, thank you so much for the hype train chat. Thank you for all the support. Let's go. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs from Sally Pocketful, the Prime sub from Rat Freak, the 50 bits from Mermaidrienne. It was 15, not 10. Sorry about that. The 60 bits from Krill, the 69 bits from Mr. Dank, gifted sub from Krill, another 20 bits from Kubashi, get 2 more gifted subs from Krill, and of course all the donos as well, which are okay, Steph with the 20 quid, Sawyer Joy with the £6.66, and Krill with the £4.20. Thank you so much for supporting me. Thank you for supporting the stream. All right, let's go back to the fucking news. Where are we fucking up to? Oh god, we've not even reached the end of it. Fuck it, I'm not watching any more of this shit. All right, let's take a look at Al Jazeera English. And what they are saying. Iran says it faces hybrid warfare, warns US military buildup risks regional destabilization. Let's take a look.
The ministry says the country is faced a joint campaign of what it calls...
Boring troll is boring? Wait, what? This person's a troll? Millionaires screaming rage against the machine. Just like Bob Marley. Raging against the machine is so toxic. Masculinity, I think we need a strongly worded letter. I don't know if this person is a troll. I just think... I don't know. Just think they're trying to get involved. I don't know. I don't think that's what's happening.
Since June last year, the United States aircraft carrier strike group is heading towards the Gulf as
giving troll energy
with Iran. The US
We're doing vibes-based modding, yeah.
Staged a major build-up in the region
vibes-based chat moderation.
Before it launched
mob
Iranian nuclear facility.
Sounds like sarcasm. Okay, first of all, how does it sound like anything? It's words on a screen. Right. And also, hard to read sarcasm, right? I am Mossad with a scary imp. I mean, yeah, like, I just think this person is, like, maybe very young or whatever. I don't know.
Ali Hashim joins us now live from Tehran.
Oh, it sounds like sarcasm. You weren't dissing it. Okay, yeah, no, that's what I was saying. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking. Millionaires screaming rage against the machine. No, it's very funny. No, it is funny. Yeah, Luna's just gone cop brain ever since she started modding for Laney. Luna's just become a cop. Everyone in chat is a troll. Hey Garlo, what's up? All right, let's take a little listen to this. Sorry, I was distracted then. Okay, yeah, now I am getting sus. Now I am getting sus.
Iran's foreign ministry says the country has faced a joint campaign of what it calls hybrid warfare since June last year.
Yeah, maybe you were right. Maybe you were right.
Group is heading towards the Gulf as tensions build with Iran. The US military has last staged a major build-up in the region in June before it launched strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Ali Hashim joins us now live from Tehran. And so Ali Hashim, is the Iranian messaging that it's basically not intimidated by the US military build-up in the area?
Hell yeah. Let's go.
Well, Sami, there are two parallel messages. While the Iranians are trying to project power when it comes to American or U.S. threats, especially with this unprecedented build-up in the region towards Iran. Even in the June war, there was not such a build-up. However, there are still sending signals towards the possibility of a diplomatic solution. And among what spokesperson of the foreign ministry said, Mr. Bakai, that the Western powers are the ones who prevented a meeting in Davos between.
You were right. You were right. You were right, but for the wrong reasons. You were right, but you were wrong. Like this person. Oh, that's not the person. This person is just 12. Like they are literally probably just 12. You know? Like, millionaires screaming Rage Against the Machine is probably, like, yeah, that is funny when millionaires scream Rage Against the Machine. Is good, you know, if you're like 12. This is like a 12-year-old's chat message, you know what I mean? Bob Marley. I used to like Rage Against the Machine, but they got all woke just like Bob Marley. That is the kind of thing that people would say about Bob Marley, because Bob Marley was also woke, you know what I mean? And then this is where it started getting odd. And then obviously this is unacceptable. I just think that this person is a young person who probably shouldn't be on Twitch, you know what I mean? Chatter was literally 12, yeah.
The Western side. So the issue right now is that everyone knows that all military assets are in place. This is what Iran is dealing with seriously. It's trying to reflect its readiness to confront and to face any war. This is also what we saw from Iran's allies in Iraq yesterday, Kataib Hezbollah issuing a statement saying that they are going to be part of a war if a war is going to be waged on Iran. Also the Houthis in Yemen. But at the same time, Iranians are stressing the readiness to sit, to talk, within the framework of negotiations. So it's two sides, two parallel lines. However, everyone is...
I don't think you're supposed to have a Twitch account at 12. It's hard to judge since they don't have outside or girls gogs mez anymore. What is this word? What is this word? Girls gogs mez? What the fuck is that? Girl Goyams? Girls Go Games? What is that? I'm on mobile. What is that? What's Girls Go Games? Do 12-year-olds know Marley? Didn't know they added him to Fortnite. A 12-year-old would know Bob Marley, yeah. It's an old Flash game site for kids. Oh! That still exists? No way. Okay, well, there you go.
There
you go.
What's right now just preventing the war is the political decision by President Trump.
And that's Ali Hashim for us from Tehran.
Don't miss out. Get the full picture. Subscribe to Al Jazeera for reliable news, expert insight. Like, share, stay.
Wait, why are people doing the ew face? What do you mean? Why are people doing the ew face? Why are you doing that?
Ahead.
Can ask what really happened in Iran as little info. Well, from what we know, there was like a legitimate protest movement that, you know, got co-opted by the CIA and Mossad, and, you know, a bunch of people got murdered. A bunch of Iranian civilians got murdered. A bunch of Iranian police got murdered. A bunch of like IRGC military positions got attacked. They burnt down mosques and shit. They were attacking ambulances, which is obviously like pretty Israeli behavior. You know. So that's essentially what happened. Let's take a look at this. We got Fox News here. Iran stands ready against US military action. Finger on the trigger. That's what they're saying. Finger on the trigger. 2 days ago this was.
All right, now to this. The Iranian regime is escalating threats against the U.S., saying any attack will be considered an, quote, all-out war.
Let's bring in Victoria Coates, former Deputy National Security Advisor. So great to see you this morning. Thank you for joining us. So these protests, which have been pretty violently put down, how are these protests, do you think, different from the previous ones we've seen?
Well, Charlie, good to be with you guys from the snow globe that is Philadelphia this morning. They're different in a couple of different ways. For starters, these aren't caused by a single event. So not like the stolen election in 2009, the murder of Mahsa Amini in 2021.
I saw... wait, what did she just say? Did she just say Mahsa Amini?
In 2009. These aren't caused by a single event. So not like the stolen election in 2009, the murder of Mahsa Amini in 2020.
Mahsa Amini. Maza Amini, brother. I know that Maza Amini.
A sort of a catalyst. These are being caused by the systemic
Hey, Katrina Kaiju.
failure.
I still can't believe Khamenei learned nothing since last time and still hasn't got nukes. I wouldn't say that he's learned nothing from last time. I would say that I don't think that he thinks that the United States would nuke Iran because it's too important. They would want to do resource extraction if they did a successful coup, right? So they wouldn't want to nuke it. I don't think that them not getting nukes is like an indicator that they've analyzed the situation militarily and gone, we shouldn't have a nuke, or like, you know, we should have a nuke and we just don't have enough resources to develop it straight away or whatever. I just think that they know that it's like, you know, it would be a completely worthless deterrent to have, because if they had a nuke, they would still attack them, right? They would still be doing these things. And yeah, like they refuse to have a nuke for moral reasons, like, as well. That's also the thing as well. Like, they are absolutely under the what is it? What was it? A fatwa that was issued that was like, we will never have a nuclear weapon because it's insane to have a nuclear weapon, you know? And again, if they had a nuclear weapon, the US and Israel would still be fucking around trying to co-opt protests and all this stuff, you know?
To keep it any kind of value.
But it's good to see you, Katrina. Long time no see. Hope you're doing okay. Happy 2026.
Today, that $2 is worth $1.50 tomorrow. You're losing money on every transaction. The regime can't fix that. So they've murdered some number of thousands of people. The totals are horrifying, but they can't oppress their way out of this because the protests will come back. So that's the key thing that's different this time.
Right. And Victoria, we can show a map of the locations of U.S. Navy assets in the Middle East. It's obviously growing. President Trump called it an armada in comments. Do you think we're headed for a strike in Iran?
Well, he's certainly going to keep all of his options on the table. That's the key thing, Griff, is...
What the fuck is this map, dude? U.S. Navy assets in the Middle East. U.S. Canberra, U.S. Santa Barbara, U.S. Tulsa, USS McFall, USS Mitchell, and then the USS Roosevelt over there. Is this true? Chat, is this real?
Well, he's certainly going to keep all of his options on the table. That's the key thing, Griff, is that the president, is moving these assets back in. And in the 12-day war last June, the Iranians were shown to be completely powerless against the Americans. So they can make all the threats they want, and the Israelis, by the way. And they're threatening this morning to close down the Strait of Hormuz, that little choke point at the mouth of the Persian Gulf, where about a quarter of the world's oil goes through.
Yeah, it's likely real, right? It's likely real.
They can do that, but that's suicide for them economically. It goes back to that same problem.
Indeed.
So really quickly, we know that the president eliminated the ability for Iran.
It would just it would just be really stupid. It would just be strategically really stupid. Because then, like Nadia says, you could block the Straits of Hormuz and just take pot shots of them until they sink. Like, that's why I'm like, is this real?
Use that nuclear weapon when they did Operation Midnight Hammer. A lot of people looking at what's happening.
Yeah, Tel Aviv didn't get bombed during the 12-day war. It just didn't happen, dude.
They want to know.
It just didn't happen.
Why did
Alex Prey had a gun on him. He was threatening ICE.
Really quickly, Victoria, what would be your answer?
My answer would be, Rachel, precisely.
I don't think there were any carriers on that map. I think they were just
with a nuclear
battleships.
Weapon. That's the president's bottom line, not regime change, a nuclear weapon, and a theocratic power. So that's something we have to keep an eye on because it threatens us directly at home.
Yeah, the Iran just can't be like the US.
Coates. Look forward to having you back. They
just shouldn't be allowed to be like the USA.
Next.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilme. Okay, let's move on. What do we got next? How the West rebranded the MKO and armed separatist groups to destabilize Iran. We got friend of the show, Syed Mohammed Morandi, talking about goings on in Iran. Let's have a little look at this.
Rehabilitation of the MEK terrorist group established a destructive precedent. An Iranian
So this is the MEK. terrorist group, which the Iranian government calls a terrorist group. Yeah, no, I don't know why it's MKO. I think the Al Mayadeen is like, they're like a Saudi or a UAE outlet. So I guess the acronym is different, but also they're doing it in English. So I don't know. I just don't know.
Group is judged not by its adherence to democratic principles or domestic legitimacy, but solely by its utility to a hostile Western agenda. Its credibility is conferred from the outside, never earned from within. This strategy of cultivating internal agents extends far beyond exiled political organizations.
Yeah, he said MEK, yeah.
Exploits Iran's social ethnic landscape. Western intelligence services, primarily from the United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, and the Israeli regime, have
I love that they say the Israeli regime.
Identified and armed separatist and militant groups as instruments of pressure.
And you know, if you want to be one of these people who sits there and goes, Dr. Syed Mohammed Marandi is an arm of the Ayatollah's regime, he just supports the regime. These things have also been confirmed by other outlets such as The Cradle, particularly talking about Baluchistan separatists in, I think it's like southeast, like towards the border of Pakistan. Baluchistan separatist groups, also the Kurdish separatist groups, and like Azerbaijani separatist groups as well, by various different outlets have confirmed these things. You know what I mean? So this isn't necessarily like, I would always argue that Marandi is biased towards the Ayatollah. I would always argue that Marandi is gonna present things pro-Iran, but I find it hard to like discount a lot of its points. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, if we want to be real, every single country has a regime, exactly. But you only get to call it a regime when it's a brown country, you see. That's the rule.
Among these, Kurdish separatist factions have received particular and sustained attention. Primary beneficiaries of this Western patronage is the Kurdish Free Life Party, Komale, and PAK, which are based in northern Iraq. They operate as direct proxies, receiving funding, advanced weaponry, intelligence support, and cross-border safe haven from Western agencies and their affiliated NGOs. Simultaneously, these same Western regimes grant terrorist leaders platforms on nationally and internationally broadcast Western-funded media networks.
So America only had a regime from 2009 to 2017. Well, that's the thing. That's actually unironically what Trump would say, right? That's the kind of thing that they would say.
This serves a dual purpose: to internationalize their cause and to launder their image. The contradiction is stark. These are the very regimes that for decades have pretended to champion
Oh no, yeah, I love it. I love his control panel. It's so fucking good.
Culturalism and tolerance. Yet in Iran, their operational objective is clear: to manufacture division, incite hostility, and fracture national cohesion along ethnic and sectarian lines. The strategic objective behind supporting these...
Look, it's... it's really funny that you remember that I said Brian Baletic being a white guy living in Thailand means that I'm not going to listen to him. I was being glib, right? But I promise you, I'm not going to listen to Brian Baletic. People have mentioned him too many times. Yeah? People have mentioned him too many times now, and I'm just like, I don't care what that guy says. I don't care about anything that guy says. I'm never going to listen to him. It's like oppositional defiance disorder is taking over. I'm like, this guy could be the smartest. This guy could be the smartest fucking, guy on fucking anti-imperialist narratives, and I look like I would really benefit from like hearing what he has to say. Is there a reason I should avoid listening to him then? No, I'm telling you, I'm just not going to listen to it. I'm not interested. I've got loads of other sources to look at stuff. If something comes up, if he does a video that I think I might like, I'll watch it at my own time. Do you know what I mean? It's just because people have mentioned him so many times and be like, Brian Beletic, and it's just, it just gets a bit annoying to me. It's just like, I don't give a fuck about this guy. That's all it is. It's just personal. There's no reason that you shouldn't listen to Brian Beletic. Listen to him to your heart's content. I don't care. You know? He's buddies with the Duran. What's the Duran? Duran? I'm just being obstinate. That's all it is. What's Duran? The Duran? All that's coming up for me is Duran. The Duran. The Duran on Locals. The Duran podcast. What? It's just a podcast. Who is this? The Duran. If I just say it even more, I'll understand it. Obviously, this. The Duran. Russian advance in South 3 frontlands with Stanislav, whatever, running out of road for a deal. Anger and fury, Zelensky, ceasefire security talks. There was something weird that I saw before about, like, George Soros. Vladimir Putin crushes George Soros. Oh, yeah, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit. #1 geopolitics podcast in the world. I'm sure it is, dude. Okay, all right. What was I saying then? What was I saying? I feel like I had something really important to say. Whatever, who cares?
Kurdish.
Oh, I was going to respond to Stephen again. Not trying to be rude. Am I allowed to question the things you say here? Yes, you are, Stephen. Yes. Now that I know that you're not being like a fucking, you know. Now that I know that you're not being like an antagonistic piece of shit. Yes, you can ask me things about my opinions. That's completely fine.
Other separatist movements is unequivocal to fracture Iran's territorial integrity from the periphery inward. By deliberately sustaining and escalating ethnic tensions, these external powers aim to force Iran into a perpetual security dilemma. They attempt to compel the state to divert immense military intelligence.
In my first or second stream, someone said Muel should watch some film, and he explained why that means he will never watch that film. Yep, that's how it works.
Economic resources.
I've actually gotten a lot better about that. As time's gone on, I've actually gotten a lot better with that stuff. Because what I've decided now is that actually it's better to just be nice and just be like, yeah, I'll watch that. Instead of just being like, no, fuck you, your opinions are stupid. I never used to say that.
To secure its borders. A constant and exhausting drain.
So if you do recommend me a film and I go, yeah, I'll watch that, I probably won't. I don't know. Just so everyone's aware, right?
On national strength. This engineered internal fragility is synchronized with external economic warfare. While they attempt to stretch the state's resources thin by creating internal security threats, these same foreign powers deploy maximum pressure sanctions.
Muel, watch every film ever made. Oh no!
And manufacture widespread suffering among the civilian population. The goal is a nation besieged simultaneously from within and without, its resilience systematically sapped on every front.
No, well, I already said I was going to watch the new Neil Breen film, so that doesn't work. All right, let's take a look at Al-Mahdi in English again. U.S. versus international law. Kidnapping President Maduro. Illegal trial and selling Venezuela oil. Thank you so much, by any means necessary. Recent estimates show about 3.8 million UK people experience destitution, a category even more extreme than very, very deep poverty, in which households cannot afford to stay warm, dry, clean, clothed, and fed. The Joseph Rowntree Foundation said that. You live in the UK. Does it sound legit? Yeah, the Joseph Rowntree Foundation is a pretty solid NGO. When I was chair of GMTU, we were looking to get funding from them. to support us in our work, you know, fighting landlords. I can believe it. Like, look, there's been loads of documentaries in the UK showing like kids starving and stuff. You know, all of the policies of austerity that literally killed hundreds of thousands of people in the UK. You know, that the Tories did, specifically disabled people, and it would have overwhelmingly targeted black and brown and migrant people as well in those categories, in those social class categories. You know, those policies were not reversed by Labour when they got into power. You know? Keir Starmer and Starmer's Labour have made things even worse. Any documentaries anyone would recommend about poverty in the UK? I would say that you should probably watch a film called I, Daniel Blake. It's not a documentary, but it might as well be. It is a fictional, yet pretty fucking accurate portrayal of the United Kingdom and how the defunding of public services such as the Department for Work and Pensions, you know, it's a pretty good portrayal of how that fucked people's lives up and kills people. It's a great movie. I would watch it. Classic. Is it Ken Loach or Mike Leigh? It's one of the British lefty directors, Mike Leigh or Ken Loach. I can't remember which. I think it might be Mike Leigh. But yeah, it's great. It's a great film, and you should watch that. You don't really need to watch a documentary. Like if you want to be depressed, you can watch the what are they called? Para fucking hell. Begins with a P. Paramount. Panavision. What the fuck are they called? Paramount. Not Paramount. It's not Paramount. What is it? British Shatters. Help me out. What the fuck is it? It's not Paramount. It's not that. It's not Paramount. It's nothing to do. Panorama. Thank you. Thanks, Fireman Fire. Thanks, pal. Yeah, the Panorama. They did one on austerity. Let's take a look. Is it Living with Cuts Austerity Town? When was that? The Universal Credit Crisis. I think this one would be pretty good. Yeah, check out this one. It's from 7 years ago, and nothing's really changed. You know what I mean? And it'll make you go, "Wow, that's bad." But when you look at it and go, "Wow, that's bad," remember that things have gotten worse, right? Like that's the key takeaway. What else? Britain on the Brink. No, that's from the 2012. BBC Panorama, Underfunding Police, yada 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 yada. I can't remember. Breadline Britain or something. Benefit Street. No, don't watch Benefit Street. Oh my god, don't watch that. Oh Jesus, fucking hell. Red Planet Podcast was the first time I heard about UK poverty, and that you all have dead industrial towns and drug problems. That stuff doesn't make it here. Yeah, I mean that's the thing, right? Like everybody thinks that like. Especially if you live in America, everyone thinks that in Britain you're all just like posh weirdos who drink tea and eat crumpets, and it's like, no, some of us are dying. Some of us are dying of poverty, like, you know? It's pretty shit. So, you know.
Rise, because today the US is being put on trial. Case number January 3.
Clip for later. What is this, me? Oh, cheers. Jimmy the Giant does some good vids. I wouldn't... yeah, he does. He does, but I haven't... No, don't laugh. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Jimmy's good. I like Jimmy the Giant. I like him loads better than Gary's economics, that's for sure. Jimmy's getting better and better and better, right? So I don't want people, no, we're not having any of this. I'm in DMs with Jimmy. Yeah? I don't want any of this anti-Jimmy stuff in the chat. Yes, he did used to enjoy Molestiny, that's true. Not sure he does anymore. So, you know, I've even seen him getting China pilled recently. I'm making Jimmy my project. Yeah? And I am in his DMs. So, just want everybody to, you know, who the fuck is Jimmy? Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. If you don't know him, it doesn't matter. He used to be a British chud. Yeah, he did. Yeah. I know I laugh, but I did genuinely enjoy one of Jimmy's recent videos. He's good and he's getting better. Like, genuinely, that is what I'm saying. It was funny because he was on that Gary's Economics thing that we watched here on the stream that was very funny, right? But when we watched that, you'll remember my commentary was very much like, Jimmy's really good, but well, not Jimmy's really good. We were saying Gary's really bad, but Jimmy is much better than Gary. I know it's not like, you know. I think that he's been on like a fucking, no, I'm not in those kinds of DMs with Jimmy. Come on, chat. Come on. That Muel exists tells me there's hope for the UK. Yeah. There's good people out there, and it would be good if we could get Jimmy tanky pilled. It would be really good. Genuinely, it would. So you know, we'll have to see how that goes. He doesn't even have to be tanky pilled, to be honest. He just has to be like more and more understanding that, like, the narratives that you hear about China, the narratives you hear about Iran and Venezuela, etc., are like not what you hear. And he's already kind of like doing that. He's already kind of on that journey. Hey, Icked Trunks, what's up? Hey, Comradski. Not Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore? If I was in Jimmy Dore's DMs, I'd be saying something more than please come on Red Planet. I wouldn't be. If I was in Jimmy Dore's DMs, I would be like, you're a fucking transphobic freak. What's wrong with you, bro? Why are you so fucked? What's wrong with your brain? Oh, man. Currently in Jimmy Dore's DMs, rehabilitating him. Oh, fucking hell. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Tanky is just, oh god, that's such a hard question, Stephen. Holy shit. How do I fucking explain this to someone who doesn't know what I'm referring to? Okay, so there's a habit which is unfortunate in leftists, right, particularly online, of calling anyone who remotely disagrees with Western imperialist narratives about countries like Iran, like China and shit like that. They call us tankies, innit? Right? It's just a stupid fucking pejorative. So obviously people like us reclaim it and we just say, like, you know what I mean? Yeah, we're tankies, I guess. I'm a dangerous tanky, apparently. My narrative is dangerous. It's really dangerous. Shouldn't listen to me because I'm a tanky and, like, I guess I love Stalin. I want to have sex with Stalin. He's so good. All the evil people that you've read about, I love them. And I'm the same as Hitler. You know? Mostly libs say that. Lots of anarchists say it, unfortunately. Lots of anarchists love to be like... But again, mostly online. anarchists. No, yeah, Stalin was a bad example. Young Stalin. Yeah, exactly. I know. No, I know, chat. I know. To me, tankery is a pejorative, simply means the person saying it is an irredeemable lib. I don't know about irredeemable. I'm coming away from those kinds of maximalist positions. You know what I mean? I think that it's too easy. Like, I used to call people tankies. I did, and look at me. I'm the biggest tanky around now. You know? Young Stalin can collectivize my farm all day. That's a chat message. That's going in the chat Louvre. That's going in the chat Louvre. It sounds like the right in the US calling the left communist socialists as an insult. Yeah, it's basically that. Yeah, it's basically that. It's basically that. Only a tanky deals in absolutes. Tanky is Drew Pavlu's favorite word, and he's 100% not a lib. You think that Drew Pavlu's not a lib? Oh, I mean, Drew Pavlu is a fucking, like, he's like a conservative. He's a liberal. He's a liberal conservative, for sure. That's my, like, he fucking, like, what did he do? He like flew to New York City. Wait, hang on. Where's that, like, he's alt-right to me, to be honest. Yeah, but you would be surprised. Right, okay, Drew Pavlu. Okay, let's do some Drew Pavlu dunking for a hot minute, right? Drew Pavlu, Drew is now a Trump fan because he's afraid of the tankies. Okay, Drew Pavlu, New York. This is right? He did this in New York Times Square. This is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life. He's fucking, this is so good, dude. This is some of the best shit I've ever seen in my entire life. This is some of the best shit I've ever seen in my entire life. Right? So Drew Pavlu, important thing to remember about Drew Pavlu, yeah? He's Australian. Right, so he lives in Australia. He's an Australian man. And this is a real thing that he did. This is the tweet. He said, I flew 10,000 miles to New York City to say one thing. Zoran Kwame Mamdani is not my mayor. He posted... Oh! I didn't know. I didn't know that he wasn't the mayor of Melbourne. Yeah, he's not my mayor either. I live in Manchester. There's like no one here. There's no one else with him. This is the best picture I've ever seen. Do you know what I mean? It's so good. It's so good. And how does he not see how dumb this is? Oh, Jesus. No, but he is a liberal though, right? Because he's got the Ukraine flag, he's got the Taiwan flag. These are very key. Let's have a look at some of his fucking posts. Oh, okay. Apparently Twitter is now like making blocking happen properly, but I'm gonna unblock him just for this. Okay. Pro Maduro communist rally in Sydney. Oh wait, what? Australian police tried to break my arm for chanting USA at a pro Maduro. I haven't seen this. A pro-Maduro communist rally in Sydney. Bro. I gotta check this out.
USA! Hey, what's up? What's up?
That's so good, dude. That's so good. Everyone's just laughing at him. Look at this comrade. Look at this comrade right here with the green hair. This person knows exactly who he is. Fucking losers. So you would say that he's alt-right because he comes across to me like a liberal Middle-earth Marxist. You're Australian. You're in Australia. Like, no, you didn't get arrested for chanting USA. You got arrested because there was a likelihood that your clear agitation here could result in making things more difficult for the police to oppress this protest. That's all it is. Our definitions of what a lib is are radically different, I think. He's not considered a lib in Australia. He's alt-right to Aussies. Well, we have an Aussie in the chat. Cross the line, Muel. Wait, what? He's your logical end-stage liberal, yeah. Yeah. Maybe he is alt-right. You're Australian as well. Okay, I didn't know that. Liberal means conservative in Australia. Okay. No, I think that Litty Bros understands that. Because Litty Bros is saying alt-right. You know? The situation is complicated by liberal meaning conservative in Australia. Right, okay. Oh, this is so funny, dude. Like, is this all the content is? Is this all it is? That's so funny, man. Dude, that's hilarious. In Sydney. Does anything else happen? It's just him getting arrested. It's just a video of him getting arrested and getting... Wait, what? Did they put him in the van? Oh, they do put him in the van. But then they what? They let him out and he's just like sat on the curb? Like a chump? Oh no, they drive off with him. Fair enough.
He's made it out.
Oh, holding his arm. Come on, dude. I'm not saying that cops aren't violent, but like, he wasn't getting his fucking arm broken, man. So stupid. So fucking stupid. Oh, that's so good. I can't even remember how we got onto that. It did look like a Portaloo, yeah. Yeah. That was all it was, Network. It wasn't because he, you know, was chanting USA. It was because the cops are there to control protests, right? That's what they're there for in terms of their function as the state, right? If a protest looks like it's getting too popular, if it looks like it's going to achieve any of its goals, the cops are there to beat the shit out of people and put it down, right? But they are also there to, you know, give themselves an easy life. And if it looks like there's a weird fucking right-wing freak inserting himself into the... Even though the cops would love to do that themselves, right? And they do it themselves often. You know, when they see a weird fucking right-wing freak, like, fucking fly into the middle of the fucking, you know, into the middle of a protest, they're like, oh no, this could make things more difficult for me on what I hope is a very boring day. They're not expecting a pro-Maduro, hands-off Venezuela rally to get crazy, you know?
2026, the United States of America versus the sovereign...
He thinks the Labour Party are communist. Oh, so he is actually... Right, okay, so he is actually completely insane. He would be like the guy who Jake... that guy Jake who would have died in Minneapolis. Yeah.
Of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela.
No, yeah, that's right, Stephen, yeah.
Charges include 1. Unlawful use of force. 2. Kidnapping of a sitting head of...
Do you know what? I wasn't going to watch this one just yet, or was I? yeah, I think we've said all that we can really say about Iran. We've learned all that we can really learn about Iran for the time being. You know, at the end of the day, there is clearly an upscaling of aggression in Iran, right? Towards Iran. It's likely that they're going to try and do some kind of decapitating move, assassinating key figures in order to achieve their goals, right? And I think that, unfortunately, they will probably take out key members of the government like they did last time. I think that that is likely to happen. But I also think that they're more prepared to actually go against... they're more prepared to actually resist this kind of thing this time round, because they're prepared for it. They understood what weaknesses they have from the 12-day war in June, and they will have probably strategized around that and also strategized around their other weaknesses, which is why they've purchased anti-aircraft batteries from China and some other stuff from Russia, etc., etc. Yeah. So it remains to be seen. I hope it doesn't happen. It likely will happen. And I guess we'll be reporting on it maybe tomorrow or maybe the day after. Who fucking knows? It could be the weekend. So, yeah, that's the whole thing. I don't think I'm going to watch this because it kind of wasn't like, I don't know, it's kind of like not on the, it's not really on the docket. Yeah, let's move on to, yeah, if you want, let's move on to Bovino. So let's take a look at this bit of news. This is the news. Everybody's talking about this. Everybody's talking about the fact that apparently Greg Bovino is now set to resign. He's been sacked. He's going to go to the torture chamber. He's being put inside the Nexus, the cube. He's being put in the contraption, right? Unfortunately, I don't think this is the case, and we're going to go through that now. So this is the news about Greg Bovino having to leave Minneapolis. Great picture here. You can clearly see his one British tooth. That's good stuff. Immigration chief at the center of Trump's crackdown set to leave Minneapolis. Let's have a read of this. This is from the BBC 9 hours ago. It was updated. A top U.S. immigration official is expected to leave the U.S. city of Minneapolis in what may mark a shift in the White House's tone after the fatal shooting of a second U.S. citizen by federal officers over the weekend. As Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino and some immigration agents leave, President Donald Trump's border czar Tom Homan will begin leading on-the-ground efforts in the city after the fatal shooting of Alex Pretty on Saturday escalated tensions. Trump's decision may indicate the administration's interest in walking back more aggressive federal action in his nationwide immigration crackdown. I do not believe that that is true. Despite the announcement, online tracking shows immigration raids have continued. There's the proof, right? As well as the change in leadership and the reduction in federal agents, there have been other signs of a shifting strategy by the Trump administration in recent days. Trump had phone calls with Democratic city and state officials that described it positively, a change in tone after attacking them over the weekend, and the president himself has avoided the language used by some of his top aides that sought to blame Pretty for Saturday's tragedy. None of this means anything. He was sat there saying, Tim Walz wants to work with us. He wants Tom Homan to go there. It's not good. This reporting is fucking ridiculous. He's not fucking changing tack. He's not backing down. I'm not shitting on what the people of Minnesota did on Friday and over the weekend in terms of the general strike. But what I'm saying is, I do not think that there is any change in what is happening or what is being done. Walz has just caved. That's all that's happened. Do I think that it has affected Trump's popularity? Yeah. Do I think that it is also affecting ICE's popularity? Yeah. Even in Republican circles? Yeah. I do believe all that stuff. What I don't believe is that even if they fucking sacked Greg Bovino, which doesn't look like it's happening, that anything would change. What I don't believe is that even if that happened, anything would change at all. So, you know... His administration is facing pressure pressure from some prominent Republicans who joined opposition Democrats in calling for a wide-ranging investigation. On Monday, a Republican contender to become state governor dropped out of the election race, calling the enforcement operation in Minnesota an unmitigated disaster. We reported on that yesterday. That candidate was Chris Madel, a defense lawyer who was provided advice to the agent who earlier this month shot dead another U.S. citizen in Minneapolis, Renee Good. Bovino was the face of the operation when Pretty, an observer seen film, and agents became involved in a confrontation that ended in Pretty being shot numerous times. The commander claimed that Pretty intended to massacre federal agents, a statement that angered many protesters on the streets. The Department of Homeland Security said the agents fired in self-defense. We know what they've said. Eyewitnesses, local officials, and the victim family have challenged that account. Yeah, we know that. No sign of a gun in Pretty's hand. There was no sign of a gun on his person either. This is something that I've learned. Walz needs to use his power as governor to use the Minnesota police and militia forces to detain and arrest ISIS and unauthorized invading force. Yeah, but he won't do that. Right? He just won't do that. You know? What source? There is just... I mean, this is the thing, Stephen, right? There is no source to say that he had a gun on him other than the Department of Homeland Security. Right? He didn't have it on him when he was shot. Yes, correct. He had a gun on his belt. Is that something that has been proven? Is that something that has been, you know, is not just something that has been said by Department of Homeland Security? I was in Marcus's stream before, and they were saying that he was saying that he didn't even have a fucking gun on him at all. They disarmed him. Watch the videos. I've watched the videos, man. I'm not going to watch them again. You know. You see them disarm him in the videos. Okay, fair enough. You could see them remove the gun from his belt. I mean, you know, I wouldn't put it past him to plant it on him. You know. They could have just took one of their own guns and then made it look like they were taking it off him. They also said he had 1 billion clips hiding in his pockets, so what is even true? Yeah. All right, okay. Well, look, you know, my source for that was fucking literally just watching Marcus's stream before, and he raised a really good point that I've not seen any evidence that, you know, says that he had a gun on him when they shot him. I've just not seen any evidence of that. I'll watch the video again later, and if it looks like they've actually disarmed him, then fair enough, but like... I thought Marcus made a good point in that I didn't see any shit. How can we believe anything that these fuckers are saying for a start? Yeah, he did have a legal concealed carry license, but you can have that and not be carrying a weapon, right? Just because you have one of those licenses doesn't mean that automatically a gun is just like, you know, attached to your person at all times. You can make the decision to not take it out, right? The concealed carry license doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean that he had a gun on him, right? That's not a definite piece of evidence to say that he definitely had a gun on him. Anyway, let's move on. I'm happy to be wrong about that, but like either way, it doesn't matter, right? Tension and frustration over the presence of federal officials remained high in Minneapolis on Monday. A lot of people aren't able to work right now. They aren't able to leave their house. They're afraid, said George Cadero, resident of St. Paul, Minneapolis, sister city. Caroline Engelhart, a retired nurse from Minneapolis, said the events in the city had left her shaken. Rhizome went over it very closely. He definitely had a firearm, which was taken from him. All right, yeah, fair enough. Like I said, I'm not, you know, my source on that is just like listening to Marcus today, right? So... you know, take it up with him. Don't take it up with him. Don't do that. Don't go to Marcus's chat and be like, I heard you say this. Please don't do that. Just be mad at me. Yeah? Just be mad that I did that. I do have an account on Upscrolled. Absolute rubbish. Yeah, you can get me there at djmuel. Yeah. Super Newbie said, hi, I was wondering, you're a communist, right? Where would you rather live during the Cold War, the Soviet Union or the USA? The Soviet Union. That's a very easy answer. The Soviet Union is the answer to that. Yes. Next question. I guess. We need to care about this country. We need to care about the Constitution left. And if the people organize, the people stand up, we can do this. Pretty, a 37-year-old nurse, was the second Minneapolis resident shot and killed by federal immigration officials since their arrival in the state. The first, Renee Good, was killed by an Immigration and Customs Border Enforcement ICE agent on the 7th of January. Much of the anger in the city from politicians on both sides of the aisle was directed at Bovino and the Border Patrol agents who were sent to Minneapolis along with ICE agents at Trump's directive. In total, there were approximately 3,000 immigration agents in the city. Michaela Pretty, Alex Pretty's younger sister, released a statement on Monday. The Associated Press reported, calling her brother my hero. That's pretty... That's sad. Memorials for Pretty and demonstrations against ICE action continued on Monday night, including one that saw about 100 people gather outside the Hotel Bovino, was believed to be staying in and demanded that he leave the city. More vigils and demonstrations are planned for the coming days. So that's the BBC report on this particularly. Let's take a look at what The Guardian is saying. The rise and fall of Gregory Bovino, U.S. Border Patrol's menacing provoker-in-chief. I love this. This is a great article. This is great. This is my kind of bias. This is my kind of bias. How do you feel about Putin? I mean, I don't know. Like, why are you asking me that question? Are you just genuinely curious? Like, what? I can tell you what I think about Putin. I think he's the leader of Russia, and you know, I don't think like one way or the other about him, really. I don't think anyone here is pro Putin if that's what you're trying to ascertain, right? Putin is the result of our attempts to ruin the Soviet economy. Yeah. That's factual. Yeah. I think that's a great way to put it, Luna. A bad guy of our creation. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. When you criticize Putin, you're essentially criticizing the West, and you're saying that the USSR should have remained. You know what I mean? It should have stayed around. It shouldn't have happened. The wall should have stayed up. The rise and fall of Gregory Bovino. This is great. This is fucking great. Official who said Alex Pretty wanted to massacre agents relegated to bench as White House appears to change tack. Let's see. Critics have called him a would-be Napoleon and mocked his Nazi aesthetic, but with Donald Trump's anti-immigrant surge into Minneapolis, Gregory Bovino seems to have found the political moment he had long been seeking. Bovino, 55, a senior U.S. Border Patrol official, initially rose to prominence as the figurehead of immigration crackdowns in Los Angeles, Chicago, and other cities, but his provocatively unapologetic utterances in Minneapolis after the shooting of Alex Pretty, a 37-year-old American citizen, by Border Patrol, propelled him to a new level of notoriety that finally exceeded the tolerance of the Trump administration. With the White House under intense pressure amid fierce backlash against Pretty's fatal shooting, Bovino, rather than being lionized, has become an early casualty of the Trump administration's efforts to change its posture. I don't think it's true. I don't think it's changed its posture at all. I think they're going to continue doing what they're doing. Officials revealed that he was to be withdrawn from frontline role in the Midwestern city. He was expected to be pulled out as Tom Homan, Trump's border czar, was sent in to oversee the operation on the ground. In a startling illustration of the extent of his sudden defenestration, the Department of Homeland Security on Monday suspended Bovino's access to his social media account, which he'd used as a vehicle to publicize his militant commitment to Trump's anti-immigration agenda. What? Is this real? That's pretty funny. But again, it doesn't really mean anything, you know? It kind of just doesn't really mean anything. It just means they're going to replace him with another guy. They're just going to get another guy like him. Also, yeah, he wasn't thrown out of a window. I hate it when people use defenestration like that. You know what I'm saying? Wall stay up is interesting. I have a co-worker that grew up in East Germany before the wall came down. I don't think he'd agree, and he was there, but I wasn't. So, yeah, was he a landlord? Was he a business owner? Did he want to be a billionaire? I don't know. Or, you know, did he hate communism? Anyway. Bovino had put himself in the vanguard of the administration's initial aggressive pushback against Russia. By the way, also, what I will say to that, right, is that, like, I'm not saying, I'm being flippant, right? I'm not saying that every single government that was a part of the United States of socialist Russia, right? Sorry, I don't even know if I'm getting the fucking acronym right. I don't know if every single fucking government that was being administrated by the USSR was great. I also don't think that they were perfect or anything like that. You know, when I say that the wall should have stayed up, what I mean is that the first ever dictatorship of the proletariat, the first ever confederation of states, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. Sorry, yes, that's what it is, right? Thank you, chat, for correcting me. The USSR was the first ever federation of dictatorship of the proletariat, worker-owned states, right? Worker-owned states. Whether they were incompetent at what they did, whether they were bad at what they did, doesn't matter, right? It just doesn't matter. It simply doesn't fucking matter. Because that was way more fucking meaningful than any kind of fucking capitalist country existing at all. You know what I mean? Hey, Cerveza Crystal, the heart is in the right place. Well, they were following the revolution. They were following the fucking revolution, the fucking proletariat revolution. You know? And that is exactly what was needed. The reason that things went fucking bad for the USSR is because the capitalist states, the capitalist imperialists were just simply determined to make sure that there could not be any more communism happening. Right? That's the only reason that I think that the USSR should have remained and should have existed. Things did get exponentially worse when the USSR fell, not just for people in Russia and in the other Soviet states. Yeah, TLDR, material conditions are important, right? Yeah. You know? Whilst they open that the communist project was better than the capitalist project, it's a shame it fell on the capitalist side beyond the issues which the government which implemented it. Yeah, that's a great way of putting it, Network. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's get back to this. Bovino had put himself in the vanguard of the administration's initial aggressive pushback against the revulsion sparked by Pretty's killing by claiming that the dead man had intended to massacre law enforcement. As mounting video evidence laid waste to those claims, he doubled down defiantly on the US's Sunday talk shows, even while acknowledging that an investigation was underway. Bovino seemed to forestall its outcome by blaming the deceased, whom he continued to call a suspect rather than a victim. The suspect put himself in that situation, Bovino told Dana Bash on CNN State of the Union on Sunday, ignoring footage that suggested Pretty had been trying to help a woman who had been violently pushed to the ground by agents. The victims are the Border Patrol agents here. Yeah. Rather than retreat from his unsubstantiated earlier claims about Pretty's murderous intent, Bovino instead embarked on a chilling homily about moral choices. When someone makes the choice to come into an active law enforcement scene, interfere, obstruct, delay, or assault law enforcement officer, and they bring a weapon to do that, that is a choice that the individual made. So yeah, he should be murdered is what he was saying. Bovino's appearances in Minneapolis caught widespread attention. Even before Saturday's tragic episode, he was captured on film throwing a tear gas canister at protesters. Pictures of him striding around the city, wearing a long winter greatcoat with brass buttons, were also noted by German media, which commented that his appearance, including a closely cropped haircut, seemed intended to evoke fascist aesthetics, which Bovino has denied. Which German media will this be? German media likens US Border Patrol coat to Nazi look. Which one? Der Spiegel. So, you know. Soccer says, I've made the point with liberals a lot that whatever you have to say about the USSR and the CCP, they're undeniable improvements. Dilly, yo, what's going on? Good to see you, King. How's it going? Thank you so much for the Prime. Yo, what's up? Everybody, please go show some love to my boy, Diligent Fingers. Why is it not letting me do that? Diligent Fingers UK. Another excellent British streamer. I think you mostly do like production and DJ streams nowadays, but I think you still do a bit of gaming, don't you, mate? Thank you so much for the resub. I appreciate you, dude. Everybody go follow Diligent Fingers. Thanks for being here, man. Sorry I missed your birthday. Hope you had an amazing day, brother. Hey, King, don't even worry about it at all. How many of your birthdays have I missed, right? Don't worry. It's all good. It's all good. It's good to see you. Yeah, we should hang out. We should hang out soon. Definitely, man. Greg Bovino has to make sure the ice guys, aside from his personal detail, are around the same height as him for photography reasons. Yeah. They did do that. Isn't Der Spiegel fairly right-leaning? Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, even Der Spiegel saying it is it's notable, right? It's completely fucking notable. Yeah, look, he's just like surrounded by little fellas. Yeah. Commented that his appearance, including a closely cropped haircut, which seemed to evoke fascist aesthetics, which Bovino has denied. After the photographed detention of 5-year-old Liam Ramos last week, Bovino engaged in incendiary tactics of a different kind, telling journalists that Immigration, Customs Enforcement, and Border Patrol agents were experts in dealing with children. Of the boy's detention in a Texas facility with his father, Bovino added, that child is in the least restrictive setting possible. I don't think it gets any better than that. Yeah, famously, prisons are not restrictive, aren't they? You know? Famously not restrictive being in a fucking prison pen. He previously been criticized by a U.S. District Judge in Chicago, Sarah Ellis, for lying under oath in his testimony to a court about different aspects of the immigration crackdown in the city. Responding to a challenge from Bovino on social media, CNN presenter Jake Tapper on Monday highlighted Ellis's criticisms expressed in a 233-page judgment in which she dismissed his testimony as not credible and characterized his answers as ranging from cute responses to outright lying. Jake Tapper did some pushing back. Why is that just a picture? Oh, it's a little video. Hang on. What is this? What is this?
President Trump has dispatched Czar Tom Homan to Minnesota today to get a hold of the crisis there, and it is a crisis in so many ways.
They just got Jake Tapper's TikTok.
The ways being, it's a credibility crisis for the administration because senior officials keep saying things that we can see with our own eyes are not true, making claims about people that they provide no evidence to back up. And one of the people I'm talking about here is Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino. A judge in November 2025 found to have been lying, and I posted something on social media about that. Quote, Bovino admitted in his deposition that he lied multiple times, wrote the judge.
That'll do it, Jake. That'll do it. You tell him, dude. You tell him.
Bovino, interestingly, wrote back to me on social media saying, then identify the lie, Jake. No one can seem to find this mysterious lie. And you all know that I am nothing if not helpful. And frankly, it's not all that mysterious. The judge wrote a 233-page opinion in which she wrote many lies.
Famously, when you point out their lies, you know? Famously, when you point out their lies and their hypocrisy, the fascists just go, oh, you caught me. I'm gonna go to jail, I guess. You know? That's it. Hey, Castrin, Tapper, the savior of us all, who did not fail to report important news just to boost his book. Oh, God, yeah, fucking. Yeah, don't forget to buy Jake Tapper's book, everyone. Bovino had earlier captured headlines in Los Angeles, the first major city targeted by the Trump administration's immigration offensive. Amid howls of disapproval from elected Democrat officials, he and squads of Customs, Border Patrol, Border Protection agents embarked on an aggressive gun-toting patrols that netted thousands of arrests, often carried out with little more justification than that the detainees spoke Spanish or appeared to be from Latin America. Masked agents smashed car windows, blew open a door to a house, and staged an intimidating horseback patrol in MacArthur Park, all supposedly aimed at detaining people without documentation. I mean, it's really important to remember that this is just like state intimidation as well. It's not just deporting people, and it is deporting people, right? They are doing that. They are disappearing people. They're abducting people. They're putting people in CCOT. They're sending people to concentration camps. People are dying in those places due to neglect and also violence. You know, these things are happening. But more broadly, it is also an exercise in oppressing and threatening and scaring the citizens of the United States. Audra, how you doing? Everybody go follow Audra Rains, who gave me a very nice compliment today that I really needed. And her streams are great. I've been misselling you to my chat because I've been saying you're a gaming streamer, but you were doing all kinds of cool shit today. Like you were reacting to like the Yay apology and shit, which was great. I loved your take on that. That was dope. Really good stuff. You were also like doing the Shanspeare video about Manic Pixie Dream Girl and like the relation between like, yeah, just fucking great shit. Honestly, check out Audra, everybody. Check out Audra. She's fucking dope. My pleasure. Yeah, hope you're having a good day. So, Bovino, who formerly heads the Border Patrol's El Centro sector in Southern California, is 29-year veteran of the agency, organized the production of videos on social media that depicted his team's work in scenes resembling action films. They seemed tailor-made to appeal to the president's renowned taste for audio-visual bombast, for example, by portraying Bovino's unit on maneuvers in Los Angeles to a soundtrack of heavy metal music. I mean, again, like this here is not really informing the public entirely about what is going on here. Do you know what I mean? I think that it is important to say that it is the administration that values audio-visual bombast. It is all of them, right? They all love it. It's a fucking cult. They're all pedo fucking podcasters. Do you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I just think that it just fucking stresses me out. It massively stresses me out when liberal outlets like this they just miss really key bits. You know what I mean? The diagram is almost a circle. Pedcasters. Yeah, that's good. I like that. I like that. Anti-imperialism is not enough. Anti-capitalism is needed. You are referring to content-free anti-imperialism without anti-capitalism is weak source. Nadia, I just think that Luna is saying that most leftists start from a position of anti-imperialism and anti-war. You know what I mean? I don't think that she's saying that it's fine to just be anti-imperialist on its own. You know? Don't think that's what's happening. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, and also the key indicator there. Look, my chatters understand. Most of my chatters understand this. Capitalism is imperialism. He came under further scrutiny after he arrived in Chicago in September to lead an offensive targeting undocumented people in a city Trump has labeled the most dangerous in the world. That appearance drew the attention of WBEZ Chicago, a public radio station which carried out an investigation into his background, seeking clues as to what drove his zeal for immigration enforcement. I don't know how you can separate capitalism and imperialism, to be honest. Well, lots of people, when they start getting, people end up getting really libbed up, right? Like Luna was talking about like the distinction between a liberal and a leftist, right? A liberal is someone who is like, wars are bad, you know, but status quo is good. But they don't understand that the status quo causes wars. They don't understand that like they say things like, oh, you know, people shouldn't be homeless, but what are you gonna do? It's just what happens. It's the system. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, it's bad. And they kind of will start from a position of being like, yeah, I don't think we should invade random countries for no reason, but then all of a sudden it'll change as soon as another liberal in power says something along the lines of, oh, well, there's like an evil regime there. You know what I mean? Iran is a great example of that. Liberals just like the material analysis, right? And so a lot of liberals will be like, yeah, imperialism is bad. We shouldn't have empires, right? But they will also not understand that we're in an empire, that we are an empire. They'll be like, no, we're just like the sovereign state of the UK. And then they look at shit like, why is Keir Starmer just doing whatever Trump says? So there are a lot of people who will say, that they're anti-imperialist and that like empires are a bad idea and we shouldn't do stuff like that and every nation should be sovereign and look after itself and yada yada yada. But they won't understand that is capitalism means that can't happen, right? So I would argue that is what Luna is saying there, just in case you were getting it twisted. Okay, so yeah, imperialism is when Russia, the US is a beacon of freedom. That's true. This is true. This is just facts. The US definitely doesn't control what the EU does or says or how they act. In his role as a border patrol supremo, enforcing the Trump administration's crackdown, Bovino has frequently cited the danger supposedly posed by immigrants causing accidents through drink driving, to BBC reported. Bovino's family background and professional career seem at odds with the mission he's embraced with such gusto. He was born and raised in North Carolina. Biographies note his paternal great-grandparents were poor immigrants from rural southern Italy. Dude, you don't understand. Like, I feel like it's more okay to say this like as like a white European, right? Than like, because obviously like the conversation I would never get involved with is like, why are some ICE agents Latino? I would never, that's not for me to talk about. That's not my conversation to have. But I'm in Europe, innit? Do you know what I mean? So I can say this. Italians are some of the most racist fucking people out there. Are you dumb? Like, this is one of the stupidest things ever. Why would he be anti-immigrant if he's Italian? Bro, have you ever been to Italy? Have you ever been to Italy? Do you know how much they hate black people in Italy? It's still like fine to say the N-word in Italy. Like it doesn't have like the same social commentary around it in Italy. It's mental. Like, what are you on about? Like, this is so stupid. This is one of the stupidest shit. What the fuck are you on about? No, obviously there's based Italians like Garlo Mango. Yeah, obviously we've got some based Italians in the chat, but Garlo would probably be the first to tell you that like racism is just like, super normalized in Italy. You know what I mean? It's like unfortunately incredibly normalized. It's, yes, also the birthplace of fascism. You know what I mean? And also great grandparents is a long time ago. They will have benefited from being an acceptable, Italians famously used to be called swarthy and not seen as white enough by the whiteness indicator. Do you know what I mean? But now, because they were involved in, going to America and participating in slavery and yada, 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 now they're an acceptable level of white, right? Michael Parenti, exactly. A great example of a based Italian. You know what I mean? I live in the conservative part of Canada. My nephews get called slurs because they're part indigenous. Yeah, exactly. Like this kind of fucking like, appeal to some kind of hypocrisy where it's like, yeah, oh, his grandparents were from Italy. That's crazy. Dude, what? That doesn't mean a fucking thing. It's so ridiculous. His great-grandfather, Michele, was a migrant coal miner in Pennsylvania when he applied for U.S. citizenship in 1924. Yeah, I bet he never met him. Your great-grandfather is often like, your great-grandfather is often like someone that you just don't meet. Like, it's someone who's already dead by the time you're born, you know what I mean? Depending on, like, how it's happened, right? So ridiculous. I'm not reading any of this. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, let's move on. Let's have a little look at this. What do we got here? We got a Minnesota Now news report. Greg Bovino to leave Minnesota imminently. Let's take a look at this.
A development in the story to tell you about. It's being reported by the Wall Street Journal, which cites multiple administration officials in reporting that Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino will imminently leave Minnesota along with some of his agents. That's according to Trump administration officials. Bovino had emerged as this is the Wall Street Journal's reporting, quote, Bovino had emerged as a public face of the Trump administration's immigration enforcement activity in the state, accompanying agents on operations. Quote, following the fatal shooting over the weekend of Alex Preddy by a Border Patrol agent, Trump has signaled a willingness to wind down some of the administration's operations there. Also in the Wall Street Journal, quote, on Monday, the president said Tom Homan, his border czar, would travel to the state. Michelle Norris is still with us. Michelle, importantly, Gregory Bovino had...
Yeah, I never met any of my great granddads, but I did meet my one of my great grandmas. Yeah,
been the subject of a judge's injunction to stop using tear gas against protesters.
Yeah, I mean that's the unfortunate reality, Stephen. They're not going to do that. You know what I mean? Like Tim Walz and Jacob Frey, they are completely subservient to Trump. It doesn't matter what they say, how they position themselves as being opposed to him or anything like that. They are simply, at this point, could only really be described as like controlled opposition. There's nothing effective happening from those state officials in Minnesota. You know, the reason that there has been some kind of movement shifting, right, is because you know that. Okay, yeah, well you're just saying that, like, yeah, that is what should happen. Yeah, totally, I agree, absolutely. Any reasonable actual opposition to what is happening in power, if you were a fucking state governor and a mayor of a city or two cities, I believe Jacob Frey is the mayor of two cities, or maybe one, I don't know, Minneapolis, St. Paul, the Twin Cities, right? Maybe he's not. Maybe there's a mayor of St. Paul. He's the mayor of Minneapolis. I don't know. But any reasonable fucking opposition to this would say, okay, sorry, this is state overreach. We've got to mobilize the National Guard. You don't get to do this here. This is not your jurisdiction. We'll handle this. And they haven't done it. They haven't done it. But what I would say is that if there has been any move on the ground, it is particularly... He's not Zoran, mayor of Melbourne and New York City. Nice. Yes. He's not my mayor. Oh, don't distract me, chat. What was he saying? Yeah, any reasonable opposition would be like, no, it's not happening. Fuck this. If anything has happened, if there has been any kind of movement to make the Trump administration go, okay, well, we're going to make it look like something is happening, and we're going to make it look like we are changing things around and we're taking this seriously. It is the general strike that happened on Friday. It's the 100,000 fucking Minnesotans who, you know, went on strike for one day. They shut it all fucking down and they said, hey, just remember, we make things fucking move. If we don't like what you're doing, we can down tools and go outside. Right? So, you know, that is who to thank here. And it is crazy that it is the people of Minnesota who did so. It's not crazy. But, you know, if you believe in the liberal democracy of the United States, then yeah, it is crazy that it took the people to actually make something happen rather than the fucking governors who were supposed to do that. They're elected to do that. They're elected to protect the interests of the state. You know what I mean? St. Paul has its own mayor. Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Classic Trump, the illusion of problem solving. He loves to insulate himself mafia style. Yeah. He's not doing anything meaningful at all. Like, he's swapping fucking Bovino out for Tom Homan, and he's just being like, yeah, you go there and do it. And Tim Walz has been like, yeah, great. Who's, you know, Tom Homan, he's like a fucking orc. Like an actual, like, real life orc from Lord of the Rings. You know what I mean? Like, he's like an evil fucking monster demon guy. Why are we celebrating? Why are we happy about that? I don't understand. Are the people of Minneapolis happy about this?
That judge saying that it was unconstitutional. A subsequent judge stayed that order, but he has been at least
motherfucker's like an Uruk-hai
as using tactics that deny.
Bovino loves that shit. He loves doing this shit. This is what it's all about for him.
Now he is leaving Minneapolis. 1996 is that this will be good news to.
Stephen Miller's like Gollum.
He's out there terrorizing.
Homan was the libs' fave. Yeah, Obama gave him a medal. Yeah.
It's interesting. I think we're showing pictures of them there, where he actually hurled a canister of this chemical irritant into a crowd himself after
Green Joker smoke. Yeah.
That this was out of bounds, and you would think that after something like that, he might pull back. An action like that, he might not participate in something like that. He's become the face of something that is very unpopular, not just in the state of the.
That's right, Chaos. Yeah,
Minnesota, but
that was cruel of me to say that.
Country. What we really need to watch closely is this just changing, the leadership at the top of this operation, or does it portend a change in tactical operations when he leaves?
Miller is a less sexy Grima Wormtongue.
Agents leave with him. The officials who normally are engaged in a much more pugilistic kind of enforcement at the border, because they're dealing in that case with cartels.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to get right, Audra. Right?
Really have a place in urban America where you're doing interior operations.
Like having organized protests myself, trying to tell certain people that you need to cover your face is like a fucking. It's one of the most frustrating things of all time, because we know why, and it doesn't matter how much you fucking explain it to people. Even like hardcore leftists who understand that there's a surveillance state and everything like that. Like, one of the criticisms that I have of Palestine Action, and, yes, it is possible to have criticisms of Palestine Action even though they do amazing things. It's that I do not think that the moral vest of showing your face and being open about smashing up a weapons factory is like a smart thing to do, right? But the people who did that knew the risks of showing their faces and filming themselves and being like, yes, we've just smashed up a weapons factory, shit like that. They knew the risks of doing that. And they still chose to do it anyway, because they're like, no, this is a moral necessity. And I shouldn't have to cover my face to do this. And it's not like, the reason is that you know what I mean? You're going to be on a fucking, like, a database, and you're basically just saying to the cops, yes, I did this, and then you're going to get put away and put on remand and yada, 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 and all this. Far be it from me to criticize people because they're very brave. These people are extremely brave and they did amazing things. But I don't support them because I would never support a terrorist organization prescribed by the British government. However, I can say that, I think that they did the most effective thing to stop the war machine of the genocide in Gaza. Yeah, it's really difficult. It's really difficult because, yeah, it would make more sense, to me anyway, if you were going to sabotage a weapons factory. I would never do it, and I would never encourage anyone to do it, but if, it would make sense to me if I was going to do it, that I would go in there and do it and try and be as unrecognizable as possible, so that A, we could do it again, and B, we don't go to prison. But whatever, it is a deathly frustrating thing, and the people filming them are certainly the most like, I mean, this is what do you call it, isn't it? This is like local media, so they don't give a fucking flying fuck about any of that stuff. It's a real tough one. I hear you though. I know exactly what you're saying, like, and when I've fucking said to people in the past, like, you don't have to cover your face here, but like, it makes sense to do so because yada, yada, yada. Especially in the UK, like after COVID, like you're not getting anyone to wear a mask, even leftists. It's so stupid. Like it really fucking annoys me. Aside from sensory issues, I can't go to protests because of my job, and since jobs aren't falling off trees right now, I take care of my mum. Yeah. No, I get it. Like I totally get it. Who cares if they film you at the thing? They can track your phones, track you to the car with the flock cameras. Yeah, they could do that as well. Being an actual sub to what would you call it? Like a surreptitiously engaging in protest is difficult, And yeah, you could definitely not bring your phone. That's definitely the way to do it. But also, some people are gonna, you know, they're gonna be like, I can't do that. It's tough. It's really tough.
So will we see, you know, a change?
It's good to advise people of this stuff, but people are just gonna do what they want anyway, and they're gonna forget and shit like that, you know.
In procedures that follows a change in leadership. I know that that's what people in Minnesota are hoping for, but I'm not exactly certain of, you know, of whether that's going to happen now that Holman comes, because Holman has been engaged in, you know, some pretty pugilistic rhetoric himself, and he, like Bovino,
Pugilistic rhetoric is great.
You know, out with the agents as they're involved in these actions. We've seen that in other places. Will he pull back and perhaps try to work more closely with the city? And will he be willing to work more closely with local law enforcement? And that's another big question that that people are going to be watching very carefully. Will he work with the law enforcement in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the surrounding suburbs, and the rural areas where these ICE operations and Border Patrol operations are taking place?
Michelle, it's amazing to me, though, that the laws of relativity hold when a community in a country are terrorized, right? Only Greg Bovino makes Tom Homan a good news story.
That's a good point.
Tom Homan, the subject of some incredible reporting, including from our colleagues, about a $50,000 bag of cash, an investigation under...
Again, state news reporting doing way better than any national fucking news about this shit. It's like, yeah, is the exchange of Bovino for Homan good? Is it any good? Does it make things better? No, probably not. He's a corrupt piece of shit.
The Department of Justice under two administrations reported to have been called off the change of administrations from President Biden to President Trump.
And Brits, by the way, you need to understand, when I'm saying a corrupt individual, this guy fucking got caught in an FBI sting accepting a $50,000 bribe. That's how corrupt he is. He was like, I'm not even going to try and be smart about this. I'm not even going to try and find out the credentials of these people who are offering me this money. It was a literal bag of money, yeah. I'm just going to uncritically accept this $50,000 bribe. You know what I mean? Bribes are legal here now, so no problem. Is that true? Oh my God.
And someone who, in an interview with our colleague Jacob Soboroff, said, quote, people will die in talking
It's so
about
good.
the ICE activity.
They still don't know where the money's gone. Hell yeah, that's so good.
When you, I was speaking to someone in law enforcement.
Hey Finger, what's up? If he was president, it would have been called lobbying, yeah. I need to change my Better Twitch TV emotes.
That the people who are involved in the aggressive immigration enforcement in Minnesota may be doing this with a certain degree of bravado or gusto, but they're in a tough spot. They're in a place where people don't want them. Honking horns and blowing whistles, and not necessarily impeding them, but recording them, as we talked about, and making it clear everywhere they go. You know, they see ICE out signs, they see profanity. You know, get the hell out of here. The person at the top is responsible.
I just don't have that emote, Morgana. That's all it is.
Of a law.
Sludge is an emote. Would you like me to get the sludge emote? Chat for everybody so you can have it and enjoy it. Would you like the sludge emote?
Organization, and that is if you're dealing in a volatile moment, you want the right person in that position, and you know, Greg Bovino.
Check this out, chat. Oh, you can't even see him. Just down here, there he is. Or like, there he is. Kind of looking like that for now. What are you coming over here again for? What are you doing this for again? He started doing this recently. What are you doing? There's no treats here. Oh, what's wrong? Baby boy. What's wrong? Oh, hi. I love you. Yeah, I'm just working. What can I do you for? Do you want a dinner? Yeah, that's a yes. Okay, you're just gonna be here.
It's not clear that he was the right person.
He's just here.
Now that he's leaving, it's not clear.
Oh, don't go on the keyboard, please. Thank you.
Woman is the right person, but having the right person there would go a long way toward creating a degree of sanity and stability in a state that really, really needs it right now.
This is very interesting. You've never done this before. He's never really just like chilled with me on the desk like this. He's only started doing it like, you know? Okay. 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 Yep. That's my sex medicine. You don't want that. It's prep. It's prep. I just realized I could have put my foot in it there. It's prep. Not dick pills. What are you saying? What are you saying? His name is Melpert. Peebo Melpert. Isn't that right? Yes. Okay. I'm gonna have to move on. I've got a stream to do, buddy. I can't even see the screen. Can't eat an orange. You can't do that. You go over there. Thank you very much. He's done his investigation. He's back. Okay, all right. Greg Bovino to leave Minneapolis, could retire in the wake of Alex Pretty killing, report says. So this is from The Independent. It's 57 seconds. Can you believe it?
Serious, what are you doing today?
We're getting gas now. We stopped to get gas.
Other than that, what are you doing today?
Title 8 immigration enforcement.
And how's it going so far?
Fantastic. It's going good. A lot of good arrests today.
Hey, Beanie Gaby.
Greg, are you getting some thumbs ups, or is it all just people kind of angry and frustrated? What do you
Absolutely, quite a bit of thumbs up. We always do. So
he's just such a fucking nerd. Every single fucking Nazi fascist is just a fucking loser nerd. Just one of the worst. You know what I mean?
Definitely more paparazzi here.
Cool. That's cool.
Title 8 immigration mission continues unabated here in Minneapolis.
What happened in this clip to make you say that he could retire? Like what happened in that clip? Greg got caught jerking off at school multiple times. I've heard that. Yeah. All right. Here's Fox 9, local Fox News from Minnesota. ICE operation in Minnesota. Let's have a look at this one.
Now, after a week of escalation, there is a new sign, several new signs that the federal government might be pulling back on the ICE operations here in Minnesota.
There are some reports this morning.
Yeah, he's more of a dork, not a nerd.
Running the Operation Metro Surge are about to leave our state.
Saquon Line Force in Minneapolis with more on this shift coming from the federal government this morning. Hi, Say.
Hey, good morning to you. Lots of developments in this. As I broke for you in the 6 a.m. hour, sources are now confirming Greg Bovino, who has kind of been the face of these immigration operations, has now been demoted from his role as...
Military stuff, they don't cover each other. A retirement is better than being fired as they don't lose their privilege. No, Akaki, what I'm saying is there is nothing to suggest that he is going to retire. And it appears to be cope. Right? That's what I'm saying.
Commander at large. We are also learning that he will be returning to his former job to, quote, lead the implementation of the Trump administration's immigration policy in California. It is worth noting here, as you mentioned, those federal agents are...
That's no different. That's no different. Like, he just got demoted, but he's probably getting paid the exact same, and he's just seeing... Yeah, he's just going to be doing it in California rather than... in Minnesota. That's all it is. Stay tuned to see which state the circuses go to next. Yeah, it's that one. Yeah. It's like cops getting paid leave, yeah.
Expected to leave Minnesota today.
He's not retiring.
Don't know how many federal
He's not retiring. He's not getting sacked. He's just doing it somewhere else. That's all it is.
and also whether ICE agents will be included in that departure. Right now, there are 3,000 agents here in Minnesota. 2,000 of them are with ICE, and the other 1,000 are with Border Patrol. We do know, though, Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, who's once again been the face of these immigration crackdowns, will also be leaving Minnesota today. This comes after the governor and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey talked to the president on the phone yesterday. Mayor Jacob Frey said yesterday in part, "I spoke with President Trump this afternoon and appreciated the conversation.
Oh, man. It should just tell you straight away just how servile these fucking leaders, elected officials are. I spoke with President Trump. I appreciated the conversation.
Expressed how much Minneapolis has benefited from our immigrant communities and was clear that my main ask is that Operation Metro Surge needs to end. The president agreed that the present situation cannot continue.
That doesn't mean anything. It just means the way that they're doing it now. And you know, at the very most, what might happen is Trump might fall back to a Democrat position on ICE enforcement, which is, you know, don't do it so openly. Don't boast about it. Just deport them under the fucking radar. You know, Biden was very good at that. Obama was the deporter in chief. You know what I mean?
Governor Walz also said in a tweet yesterday, saying in part, the president agreed to look into reducing the number of federal agents in Minnesota and to talk to DHS about ensuring the Minnesota BCA is able to conduct an independent investigation as would ordinarily be the case.
Yeah, and then in 5 years, you might find like a not guilty verdict. You know what I mean? You might find that nothing happened and nothing bad happened and no one's going to face any accountability for it. Yeah, we'll look into it, bro. Yeah, we'll do an investigation. Yeah.
Our Tom Homan will also be arriving here in Minnesota. Now, Homan comes with law enforcement.
They can't get a good picture of this fucker, can they? You can't. They can't. He's bad to see, you know? He's bad to see.
Experience working with both Republicans and Democrats. In fact, he was named Associate Director of ICE by President Barack Obama back in 2013, Director of ICE by President Trump in 2017.
No picture is good with him in it.
Most recently, Border Czar, also named by the president in 2024 to be in charge of all deportations.
Yeah, okay. All right, what's next? Greg Bovino isn't losing his job despite reports suggesting otherwise, DHS says. So let's take a look at this. This is Forbes breaking news from 7 hours ago. Let's have a little look. Oh, it's one of these. I love these. The Department of Homeland Security spokesperson said Monday evening that Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino has not been relieved of his duties. Shortly after The Atlantic published a story saying he was being removed from his commander at large. Right. Hey, Ikin Trunks. Following blowback over the shooting and deaths of Alex Prey and Renee Good in Minnesota. What a model cat. Thank you, Coral Pal. Very good. Bovino has not been relieved of his duties. Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin tweeted shortly after 7 p.m. EST. Saying Bovino was a key part of the president's team and a great American. Yep. You know? The Atlantic reported shortly after 6:30 p.m. that Bovino was removed from his job as Border Patrol Commander at Large and will return to his former job in El Centro, California, a role it is believed he will soon retire from. What do you mean? Even Forbes saying this shit. What you on about? What you on about? Oh, you were saying that Curtis Slewa is the bad hat man without the hat. Don't be coming for my boy like that. Don't you be coming for my boy in that fashion. Yeah? My absolute G, gangster, Curtis Slee. Don't even start it, right? Melpert is mogging everyone. He's looking at the floor, chat. Everyone's like, Melpert, so photogenic. He's like hanging over the edge of his little bed, staring at the floor, literally staring at the floor. I don't know what he's looking at. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? Bovino will imminently leave Minnesota with some of his agents, the Wall Street Journal reported, citing unnamed administration officials familiar with the matter. When asked if Bovino would remain in Minnesota to oversee immigration and customs enforcement operations, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt told reporters earlier Monday that Bovino is going to very much continue to lead the Customs and Border Patrol throughout... Couldn't even read that one. Throughout and across the country. Well, yeah. There you go. No, these pics are crazy. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Just... The headroom on this shot is crazy as well. Leavitt noted that Border Czar Tom Homan will become the Trump administration's main point of contact in Minneapolis going forward. Hey, Oda Raby, yeah, he only lost his Twitter account. That's all that happened. Potentially sidelining Department of Homeland Security Kristi Noem. Secretary Kristi Noem, who has spearheaded the federal response in the state. Wait, what? That doesn't even mean... What does that mean? What does that even mean? Does it mean? It doesn't mean that. This reporting is crazy. The reporting around this has been fucking crazy. So let's take a look at France 24 reporting on this. Let's have a little look at this and, you know, see what they're saying.
US immigration crackdown. Dressed for the part in military garb and flanked by masked federal agents, Gregory Bovino's strategy was to turn and burn.
How's it going so far?
Fantastic. It's going good. A lot of good arrests today.
Fast raids and fast arrests at multiple locations. Using aggressive tactics he staunchly defended.
We are going to take these criminal illegal aliens off the street and make America a safer place.
Unironically, the US Border Patrol commander was born to Italian immigrants.
Unironically, and ironically, why are they doing this again? Why are they doing this again? Every fucking so-called American is descended from fucking immigrants. What are you talking about? It's such a moot point. It doesn't mean a thing. It's like, you know, it's like saying something like, surprisingly, Bovino was born a baby.
He was raised in North Carolina and joined the agency in 1996. But it wasn't until Donald Trump's second term that he rose to notoriety, leading large-scale raids in big cities.
Obviously, like, you know, I'm not talking about Native Americans when I say that, just to be clear. But like, every single person in America is the descendant of an immigrant in one fashion or another, right? Whether they wanted to be immigrants or not. You know, they were brought to the country. It's like, it's just not a gotcha. It's just not a gotcha.
Including Chicago and Los Angeles, that sparked violent protests in 2025. Critics have accused him of resembling a Nazi soldier in his long olive green coat. Controversy didn't make him stray from the spotlight. As he travelled the country, he posted videos of his teams in scenes resembling action films, rising as a MAGA social media star on the same platforms that would contribute to his fall. After federal agents shot and killed Alex Pretty in Minneapolis, he quickly claimed they were acting in self-defense.
This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement.
However, widely circulated footage on social media suggested the contrary, showing the 37-year-old nurse unarmed, outnumbered and under the control of multiple agents before they opened fire. With a seemingly unextinguishable anger surging through the streets of Minneapolis, he was removed from his role as Commander-at-Large to return to his former job at the Mexico border wall.
Yeah, he was a nurse, yeah. All right. We got John. We're gonna watch this. I don't know if the VOD is gonna let me have this. By the way, so unfortunately, VOD watchers, I gotta say bye to you. We'll be back in a bit. Yeah, we'll be back in a bit. But let's see what the Daily Show is saying. All right. Well, sorry about that, VOD watchers. I've just brought you back in at the end there. It's the end of the stream. That was a good way to finish the stream, wasn't it, chat? Very, very good. Very, very good. Very, very happy with that. It's now time to raid someone. And stick with me, because it's always good when you raid another streamer and you've got a whole bunch of viewers and they're all going, oh my god, this streamer that I've been watching is so good, and yada yada yada. So please consider joining me for the raid. We are going to go and raid Zakap, who has apparently been raiding for 14 fucking hours. That's crazy. I guess he's still going. I guess he's still fucking going. So join me for the raid. There's the raid message in the chat. Zach is currently covering a TED Talk from Aaron Bastani, so I'm sure that's going to be very good, isn't it? It's all going to be really, really good. He's not going to say anything insane. You know, you're swapping one Brit out for another, really. You know what I mean? Even though Zach is not British, he's watching a Brit, so that's happening. Okay, yeah, chat, thank you so much. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much for all the support today. Thank you for all the subs. Thank you for all the follows. Thank you for all the donos. Thank you just for being here. Thank you for lurking. If you've been watching on the VOD channel, leave me a comment. Tell me what you think. And I will see you all tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Peace.